Thank you to everyone. I feel we are surrounded by a world of friends and friends from around the world. And Fred would be very pleased about all the attention and support that he's been given in the last 6 weeks since he died. It was very quick and unexpected and good for him, but difficult for all of us who are the survivors. He had a wonderful life. We achieved a lot, and much of it was due to all of your support and friendship. Stephen?
Wow, that's very beautifully said. It was a shock, of course, and we really appreciated all the support for Wendy and for Fotofest that's come in. Fred, and I'm going to keep my comments about Fred very brief because I need to keep it together for you all. And if you know me very well, you know I am an emotional guy. But I wanted to share 10 words about Fred for me, since I've come here and got to know him over the last 8 years since I've been at Fotofest. Photographer, of course, a teacher, a bon vivant, an inspiration, a visionary, a man of action, a Marine, a husband, a partner, and most of all, to all of us, I think a friend. We're gonna miss him so much, but we are gonna continue his work and continue the work that he began with Wendy. And that is so important to me, to continue this vision that Fred and Wendy have had and created in the 80s and nurtured and sustained all these years. And I take that responsibility very seriously. And I feel that with the friends like we have here today, that there's no doubt that we'll continue this work very, very strongly.
Thank you. Then I second that.
Shall we, would you like to do the PowerPoint now?
Yeah.
Brandon, can you get that up?
So I thought that people might like to see Fred at different points in his life. And then the last part of the PowerPoint are some of his pictures. So this is one of my favorite pictures of Fred, and I took it. And he was, I think, in his late 40s, early 50s in this. And this, I thought we should begin with the bon vivant side of Fred. When he returned to Savannah after being kicked out of a number of schools, he decided that what he needed to do is make a big splash in Savannah. So he bought the only, and very few of these were made, MG in the city. This was a radical departure. This was the Korean War. Fred was a Marine rifleman and participated in one of the legendary battles in Marine history, the Chosin Reservoir in the north of Korea. He has a Marine medallion on the back of his old Mercedes in the driveway. And you would be surprised how many men during 2 or 3 months have stopped by to want to meet him and congratulate him for his service, fellow Marines. And this was, in a sense, the start, an unforgettable start of his career as a photographer. These are among the first pictures he took, and it was the legendary visit to Picasso. And the man on the left is one of Picasso's editors, and this is in the Villa Californie in Cannes. This is a few years later, after his start in photography, his graduation from Columbia, and he persuaded the Norwegian Navy to lend him a ship, some diving equipment, in order to do the sort of first photographs of codfish caught in the nets in northern Norway. And that his underwater camera still exists in the house. There he is in the water with the codfish. Much of this is recounted in his book, Dear Monsieur Picasso. And this is his first and long reindeer migration with Sami reindeer herders in the northern part of Norway. Their trajectory often crossed both Sweden and Norway. This was a picture taken by him. On the left is a picture on the, this is from the first of his Arctic trips. On the left, of course, is the tripod, and the camera. On the right are the two Swedish, one is guys who accompanied him in a tiny, essentially a dinghy in the Arctic on the first trip in the early 1960s. Fred is on the left. Wild horses in northern Mexico and Coahuila. This is the, at that time, which was sort of mid-60s, the largest ranch in the northern Western hemisphere of wild horses. It was said that Mr. Meyer, who owned this ranch, could outfit the Mexican cavalry with matching colors of several hundred horses. On the left is a picture by me of Fred on the first part of our multi-year documentation of rural areas of Texas, A Break in the Road. And on the right is a picture that he photographed of myself in far West Texas in the Big Bend region. Well, there we were in 1971 on the left, and on the right in the early 1980s in Houston. These are thanks to the Houston Post, a paper that now no longer exists. And this is Fred in East Central Texas, Grimes County, which was part of the old corn and cotton slave frontier in Texas. And on the left, Locke Minor is a respected church deacon and one of the last blacksmiths in East Central Texas. And this is during the Fotofest years in sort of mid-2000s. This is Fred at the festival in Pinhao in China. And I thought it would be nice to end on our bon vivant part of our life. This was a debutante party in Houston in the mid-1980s. And these are pictures that Fred took. This is part of the reindeer migration and roundup in Norway with the Sami people. This was called Big Bear. It was one of the largest polar bears that Fred encountered during both Arctic trips. This was the earliest trip when they saw masses of polar bears. This is one of my favorite pictures. It's a haunting picture of a bear they called Sapphire. And this was a part of the second Arctic trip. This was part of the Wild Horses Project in northern Mexico over the Texas border. You can see that they are not kind to the wild horses. The breaking process is really a grueling and brutal one. And this is the civil rights movement, the Southern Leadership Conference effort on voting rights, to get voting rights and to encourage African Americans to register to vote. This was in 1963 in Savannah, Georgia. Fred volunteered for the leadership conference for 8 or 9 months. And students led these protests. What was called the Vote Mobile on the right, they would take people to the polls. Longshoremen from the Savannah port were very involved, and 2 of them are on the right of that picture. And Benjamin Van Clark is on the left, leading one of the marches. An pensive, hopeful moment when Martin Luther King was still alive before one of his speeches in Savannah. And one of the encounters that Fred had in South Georgia was by accident on the street, on the highway going to the south, going to actually a tobacco auction. He found these followers of the Ku Klux Klan outside a small town called Reedsville. So on the left is they're painting the sign on by the road, and at the end of that evening, outside the county courthouse, the burning of the cross. And then this begins a series of photographs that Fred and I did together over 10 years in different parts of Texas that represented different lines of cultural and national settlement across the state. This is in the old corn, cotton, and slave region of East Central Texas. We do not designate who takes, which one of us took each picture. It's Baldwin, Waters, Baldwin. We didn't want people to look at the photographs and compare who took the photograph and to compare us. We wanted people just to look at the images. This is a family reunion, and these were cousins from Houston that came to celebrate in the country. Railroad Street, predominantly African-American series of bars and cafes in this particular town. They were scattered throughout Texas before the 1960s as the migration took so many African-Americans from the south to the north. This is in the German Hill Country. These are German-American farmers. When we were there in the early 70s and then late 70s, many of these families were speaking a broken German at home. Pat's Dance Hall in Fredericksburg, Texas, part of the German settlement in Texas. And the old Domino Hall, which now no longer exists, when older ranchers, cowboys, goat and sheep ranchers would gather in the late afternoons to play scat. And Fotofest. This was actually at the last opening of Fotofest in 2020, African Cosmologies, that invited curator Mark Seeley did with Stephen.
Wow, thank you, Wendy. So many memories there.
A lot of memories.
And it's just scratching the surface.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, now's the time where we would begin our speaker program. Would you like to introduce the first
Yes,
speaker?
Shahidul Alam, who is a very, very long time friend and a creator of the Drick Photo Agency and School for young Bangladeshi photographers. And he also created Shobi Mela, the first large international photo festival in Asia, in Southeast Asia. He's also a photographer and a much beloved friend and a fighter for human rights. Shahidul.
Oh, well, thank you for that, Wendy. It's sad, but it's also wonderful to see all of these friends together. I'll tell you a little bit about something that I hadn't recognized before, the fact that both Fred and I had been kicked out of school several times. So there must be something going there. But when I first met Fred and Wendy was in 1992. I was relatively new to photography. It just started up the agency. I decided I'd go to the United States and meet people. This was before the internet, so I'd made up a list of people like Harry Callahan, Elliot Porter, and other people, not realizing that these people had actually passed away. Fred and Wendy luckily had not. I didn't know them from Adam. I made a cold call, rang them up, and they said, come on over. So I turned up, and in typical Bangladeshi fashion, they said, here's a couch, stay with us, which I did. And the next things I did was going around the festival itself. And there were things which I learned from tremendously. One was the visitors program, the fact that you actually house guests in people's homes, which I've actually stolen from you since then and used ourselves. But that really, in a sense, while I set up the festival, Shobi Mela later, this was one of the inspirations for it. Later on, Fred and Wendy insisted that I go to meet Kerry Tremaine and Mother Jones. Actually, I on the way, I stopped at St. Louis to meet another person they introduced me to, Bill Kuykendall. Bill brought a projector. I had some slides. We set it up on the wall of the airport and had a slideshow with hundreds of people walking past. And then went on to meet Kerry. That led to me winning the Mother Jones. And another very interesting contribution where Fred's involved is the fact that winning the Mother Jones gave me an award, which I actually used to set up the first photographic gallery, the gallery. So there were all those sort of little things which I hadn't actually realized had emanated from that first meeting in 1992. We've since, of course, met across the globe in many places. And I think the longest time we had together was in Sao Paulo when I interviewed Fred for regarding his story about meeting Picasso. It's an interview which is still not been published, but it was very, very important for us in many ways. But really, more than anything else, what I remember about this incredible person was his generosity. The fact that he could open up a door to a complete stranger, make that person feel at home, and continue to support in many ways. When I was jailed, I didn't realize it, and I much later read the statements made by Wendy and Fred about my release, and it's incredible the number of people. I see Anu Balankano Matthew, and another thing which I learned from that period was portfolio reviews. And I remember when I went for the first portfolio review that Anu came over, and we knew each other very well. We spent a lot of time together, but she actually booked me for that portfolio review because she wanted my undivided attention to look at her work. And that actually was something that, again, we stole. But I say stealing. How do you steal things when they're so generously given? And I think beyond anything else, that is perhaps the one thing that I will remember most about this fantastic individual, his generosity. Great photographer, great friend, but a person with a great heart. I'll end there.
Thank you, Shahidul. That's wonderful. Before I introduce the next person, I want to say that when I started to look at the names of the people that we're going to talk, I thought, my God, these people are part of a pioneering generation in the 80s, late 70s, 80s, and early 90s, of people who are not only artists, photographers, but builders and creators, and people who actually help take photography out and away from the museums and legitimize it as an important form of expression and art for the general public. And I think it's a very rare assemblage of some of the real pioneers who created museum, created publications, created schools, and created ways for photographers to make themselves known. So I want to thank and recognize all these people. And the next speaker, who I hope is here, is Pedro Meyer from Mexico, who was an extraordinary promoter of Latin American photography, really changed its course in the 70s, when it was only recognized as black and white documentary. And he's, as all of you probably know, a very fine photographer in his own right. Pedro?
Hi, Wendy.
Oh, wonderful. Good to see you.
Welcome.
It's good to see you, although I would have liked this to be without Fred passing away. I'm not as eloquent as Shahidul, and I'm happy to have seen and heard him. I'm rather sad, not rather sad, but very sad, actually, because Fred was a very, very dear and close human being to me. I always looked up to him because he was almost always taller than me. And also he was 5 years older than me. And that led me to think, well, when I was born, he was already 5 years old. When he was 10, I was 5. That's double my age at that time. And that tends to shorten as we grow older. Now, he was 93 and I'm 87, the same 5 years, but it's a difference of major proportions because we shared so many things along the way. And everything that we shared, I was looking at all the pictures that I have, which invariably always bring Fred and Wendy into one sentence. And Wendy and Fred and Wendy, as they as they presented themselves in their pictures. And I find that missing, that other half of today. And my thoughts and solidarity are with Wendy, who must feel, well, quite lonely, I guess, without that other half of her. being over so many years. We enjoyed immensely so many things together, and his humor, and I could show you pictures of him which give a completely different view of what the presentation was that we just saw. And that's good. And we should somehow contribute to that and have you in Fotofest have a dossier of images from everybody. And that was one suggestion I was going to make, that we pool together all the pictures that we have of both of you over the years. I met Fred through Wendy, actually. And Wendy as probably happens to everybody here today, I fell in love with her the moment I saw her and heard her speak. And she showed me her work on Agent Orange. And that was in the 70s. And we gave her a show, and they came to Mexico. And from that moment on, we became really dear friends, sharing untold number of stories in all continents. I have pictures of them in China, in Europe, in Latin America, all over Mexico, even in Houston. I think that this medium that we are sharing today is something quite spectacular, where we are able to come together from all over the world and be together with you, Wendy, this morning. So my heart goes out to you, and rest assured that it's not only in this moment that we want to be with you, but all the time. Thank you.
Oh, that's so lovely, Pedro. Thank you very much. And we indeed have been all over the world together. Brett Rogers, are you here? Brett,
Yes,
when
I am.
I first met, was the visual arts director of the British Arts Council. Now she is head of the Photographers Gallery in London, and she did an incredible amount for British photographers and those of us who wanted to both know about them and exhibit them. Brett, thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Pedro, for drawing attention to the fact that like you, I feel today I can't really talk about Fred without mentioning Wendy all the time, because to me, they were undeniably a couple who played and lived together, and everything that they did and everything in my memory is of them together. So I'll just read you a little bit about my experiences of meeting Wendy and Fred and what they meant to me. So as Wendy has mentioned, as the Deputy Director of the British Council from the mid-80s until 2005, when I took up the position as Director of the Photographers Gallery, I followed with great admiration the setting up of Fotofest during the nascent period just before the launch of the first Biennale in 1986, seeing it as providing an inspiring and ambitious vision at a time when photography, as Wendy has already mentioned, was becoming more widely accepted, not merely as a creative art form, but as a significant means to re-examine culture and society, identity and politics. What I liked most about the festival was that it was centered around photographers, both emerging and established, placing them at center stage for a wide range of exhibitions, portfolio reviews, etc. It's hard to believe that when Wendy and Fred established Houston Photo Fest, the plethora of photography festivals we know today did not exist. In fact, the only other one which had an international profile in the mid-1980s was the famous Arles Rencontre. This eponymous photography festival derived much of its distinctive character from being based in one of the most beautiful towns in France. But in vivid contrast to Houston Fotofest, Rencontre produced a very different, and I would contend, a very Magnum-centered focus. From the start, though, Houston Photo Festival exuded a far more democratic and accessible approach, very consciously devised by Fred and Wendy. And within the rather cozy world of photography, which existed in the 1980s, it landed like a bombshell. From the late 1980s and up to the time I left the British Council, I always looked forward to the annual visits which Fred and Wendy made to the UK, often en route to Arles or elsewhere in Europe. They brought a breath of fresh air when they came in to meet me to share their plans for the next edition of the festival, always bubbling with extraordinary plans to extend the festival in some exciting way. Whilst our role was usually limited to connecting them to relevant UK-based photographers whom we felt were relevant to the theme they were exploring, they were so well connected and well respected from the start that in the end, our role was rightly constrained to providing them with the financial support to enable the selected photographers to go out and attend the festival. So many of those photographers who were supported in this way have subsequently told me how important this opportunity proved to be in introducing them to key US and other international curators, institutions, and artists. What always struck me apart from their infectious enthusiasm and energy for photography was how unperturbed they were by all the challenges they faced, whether that be securing financial support, dealing with government bodies, or persuading some of the world's most prominent photographers to participate in the festival. They valiantly faced these challenges head on, so determined were they to fully realize their vision. And while did they ever do that, pushing the curatorial remit every year to embrace increasingly topical themes, attracting more and more critical attention, despite the growth of so many other smaller festivals, many of whom had been inspired by their model and expanding their programs internationally and nationally. But as I discovered when I finally made it out for the first time to Houston only last year, sorry about that, Wendy, it took me a long time on the brink of the pandemic, the festival managed never to lose sight of its original vision, which I knew was due to Fred and Wendy's own passion and belief in the importance of visual literacy and the power of photography. Going to Houston last year to see them both also enabled me to appreciate truly the strength of support they had galvanized within the Houston photography community. It was truly palpable just how much local institutions, gallerists, collectors, and supporters believe in the future. Clearly a testament to both their vision and one which I hope will remain their permanent legacy. Thank you.
Oh, that's fantastic, Brett. Thank you so much.
Well, I wish I could be with you, Wendy, and thank you so much, and to my colleague Beverly Buckingham for encouraging me to go to the festival last year. I feel in retrospect it was such a special occasion to see you both there in person.
Well, you know so much about Fotofest from many visits. Thank you.
It was wonderful to have you here. Our next speaker is a British curator, cultural historian, lecturer, and professor. And he has a special interest in the relationship of photography to issues around representation, social justice, change, liberty, rights. And since 1991, he's been the director of Autograph ABP, the Association of Black Photographers, the first photography organization in the UK to focus on artists of color. And he also is a great friend of Fotofest for many years and was a curator of the very impressive African Cosmologies, Photography Time and the Other Central Exhibition that was featured at Fotofest in 2020 and will be restaged for our 2022 biennial in the fall as African Cosmologies Redux. He is Mark Seeley. Mark, if you could come in now.
Oh,
Thank
hi.
you.
Thanks for the very wordy introduction. First of all, Wendy, really my condolences and my heartfelt loss that you're experiencing.
Thank you.
And it's always been a pleasure to be in your company, whether it's been mostly physical and of late digital. And I always hold every conversation that I've had with both you and Fred very, very dear. And I'll tell you for why. Because in those conversations, they've always been open. They've always been incredibly inclusive. And they've always been a process of learning. And that's because really, I think at the heart of everything you've given me has been a massive amount of generosity. And it's really, really rare to find people who have the capacity to do that, because so much of our world, especially around, photography and prestige, is about telling people what they should do, about directing people around where they can go. And the difference for me as a 30-year-old, 32-year-old arriving in Houston at the George Brown Convention Center and seeing this massive, massive exhibition, and finally seeing the capacity of Rotimi Fani-Kayodi's photographs right next door to Mario Cravanetto's work, it was like, wow, this is what can be, right? It was like a new learning curve, a new moment, which basically said, I understand the path. I can see somewhere to go. I can feel a kind of global diasporic conversation that unlocked ideas around race and place, that opened the door to a kind of new sense of thinking, that, if you like, dehomogenized that whole photography world, that basically said that this is a place in Houston where you people from around the world, all you excluded others, can come and have a conversation. You can come and have a conversation, and you can come and have something to eat. You can come and have something to eat, and we can share your world and your work. And we can be in a place which says that we're kind of comrades in change. And I think of all the people that have influenced me in terms of thinking about social change and the work that images do in our culture, I have learned more in Houston and through Fotofest and your generosity than any other place. I'm getting emotional. I mean that sincerely, Wendy. And I also, even in terms of talking to Fred the last time that I was in Houston, just when was it, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
The idea that we had a conversation through his book was, again, I was a bit cross because you said, oh, can we do this interview with Fred's book? And then you showed me the book and it was massive. And I thought, of course it's going to be massive, right? It's going to take me, I'm in the middle of curating this festival. And now I have to interview Fred with this voluminous doorstep of a book. But I actually read it and I learned much more about Fred, word by word. And that maverick character fitted absolutely perfectly with the idea and the tenacity and the bravery from, running around with guns to pick up girlfriends, to driving cars, crazy, crazy, crazy kind of lifestyle. But that sense that everything is possible and achievable. And you've shown that, the pair of you, actually. You really have kind of put that, generosity to practice. Some people talk the talk, but you walk the walk and talk the talk. And I know that loads of people here, some people have passed, and some people who are looking forward to working with you in the future, really, really do hold absolutely dear the work that you've done. The publishing, the joining of the dots, the bigger, the wider picture, and that sense of taking time. So the key words that I've got really for me around how I understand the work that you've done is time, generosity, belief, risk, difference, and thinking about a kind of visual sphere that kind of makes more connections than separations. And I think there isn't a festival in the world that has done that more effectively through the work that you two have done. I have many, many dear friends through the conversations that you've enabled us to have, many great spaces and places. And the festival opened so many doors to my thinking that I can't thank you enough. So really, Fred, wherever you are, I know you're there. Looking up is the metaphor that Pedro has gave us. We must always do that. Fred, Wendy, I just want to say sincerely thank you. And, I will always cherish the fact that you helped autograph, and our artists and myself see what we could become. Thank you.
Well, you brought
Oh,
tears to my
terrific.
eyes, Mark, and I know Fred is enjoying your words. Thank you so much, and you have achieved so much also.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
I mean, with love, thank you.
Beautiful.
The next speaker is another, a woman who has transformed a lot in photography in Latin America and founded not only a very good school for photography, but one of the most important international festivals in Latin America, Elda Harrington from Buenos Aires.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. Well, I have an honor to be here to remember Fred. I have such many memories from him. Our path crossed around the world during almost 30 years. We will miss you. I remember a lot of I have a lot of memories. I remember when in 98 and 99, we organized together the Festival of Light, the fall. We met in several places to organize a very difficult group of 16 international festivals from 3 continents. It was a hard work, and we enjoyed together to do this. We met in several places from Moscow to Jujuy in the north of Argentina. When we laugh, because we remember that Fred liked to very much this place, but he couldn't pronounce the name because Jujuy was very difficult for him, and he was all time laughing, doing jokes about the pronunciation of the cities in the north. During 30 years, I ran the Encuentros Abiertos, and really the presence of Wendy and Fred in Buenos Aires, in Argentina in general, were very, very important for us, because they were our teachers, they were our advisors, they were our friends. We copied them a lot of times. And I also remember one night that we went to see a tango show in Buenos Aires, and with all the group. And when the show finished, Fred came to me, and in a very low voice, he told me, "When are we going to see a real tango place with real people dancing?" Well, that was Fred, who did it, of course. But everything he likes was real things. He enjoyed the real things, the real friendship, and we enjoyed with him his humor and his great personality. Thank you to all of you to share today with us. Thank you. We will miss you, Fred, very much.
We had wonderful times with you in Buenos Aires. Not only did we meet great photographers, but we really saw very good classical tango. So another person, the next person who's coming, really has been in Fotofest spectrum, so to speak, even before the beginning. And we talked with him a lot about how to do it and what to do. Andreas Müller-Paul from Germany, who started European photography, which then, of course, was expanded, and the incredibly beautiful magazine that is still published, also European photography. Andreas?
I'm here. Thank you, Wendy. I'm actually very touched to be here today. And thank you, Wendy and Stephen. This is so much in the spirit of Fred, connecting people, getting them talking to each other. And today we are here to talk about Fred himself. Our first encounter was over 35 years ago. Since then, we have met again countless times in all parts of the world. I was a regular guest of Fotofest since the beginning. Only twice I could not attend. So over the years, a very deep friendship developed. When I learned of Fred's sudden death one night on Facebook, I was shocked. And my next thought was immediately Wendy. Fred without Wendy, Wendy without Fred. That was hard for me to imagine. In my eyes, they were a symbiotic couple, sharing the same worldview, committed to common goals, bonded in love and mutual respect. That same evening, I posted a photo with the lines, Fred was an extraordinary person, inspired, warm-hearted, and with an unsurpassed sense of humor. And among the many qualities one could add to that, these are the most important to me. His inspired and inspiring mind, his compassionate sensitivity, and his gift to face himself and life circumstances with serenity. The greatest and most momentous inspiration of his lifetime is undoubtedly Fotofest. Texan, gigantic, informative and cosmopolitan in orientation, and thanks to the invention of the meeting place, sustainable and a role model for almost every photo festival in the world. So Fred and Wendy brought the photo world to Houston, and they were at home in the world. It's incredible how much these two have traveled. I met them once in Prague, another time in Daegu, or in Hong Kong, or Buenos Aires, and again in Berlin. And in Berlin, in 2003, we discussed the upcoming Fotofest theme, water. To this day, I am grateful for the support and collaboration that has resulted. A thematic issue of European Photography magazine and a new direction in my photography that began in 2005 with the Danube River project and continues to this day. Along with his inspiring mind, there was his warm heart, a generous heart, full of compassion. It may sound pathetic, but let me sum it up this way. Fred was on the right, the honest, the decent side of life. And then there is his humor. I mean real humor, not sarcasm or cynicism. The humor of being able to laugh at oneself. Here's an example from my art collection. And Fred made this drawing in, can you see that? Made this drawing in Daegu at a dinner. I've forgotten what occasion, but clearly recognizable is the influence of Picasso, but maybe also of Sigmund Freud, which brings us back to death. And one last anecdote, an email I received from Fred in 2002, probably because I hadn't got in touch for a while. Dear Andreas, we are worried about you. Are you dead? If you are dead, we will be very annoyed because you didn't invite us to the funeral. We are still planning to be in Berlin around the 10th of November and want to see you dead or alive. Although we have our preferences, he says. Now, Fred is gone from us suddenly and without notice or invitation to his funeral. Now I am really annoyed. Thank God Wendy is still with us, and hopefully she will be for a long time. Many, many thanks.
Well, Fotofest will continue, I hope, to be exactly how you describe it.
Absolutely.
And I think Stephen is very much of that idea and concept. And Fred loved exchanging sharp posts and jokes with Andreas. You've been a great influencer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, Finn, Trane, and Jens, maybe together. Again, pioneers, Finn created an extraordinary museum and collection of photography in Odense, Denmark. And Jens created, I think you were working with Finn at the time, but created a remarkable magazine called Catalog, which exists as an online publication now.
Only in print.
And they were both very influential in the beginning years of Fotofest. So I guess Finn first and then Jens.
Yeah, well, we have tried to do it a little bit short because we have to share the 4 minutes that we were supposed to. So, and these 4 minutes seem to be, something not quite striking. Well, so I have written down a little bit here. The most striking characteristics when thinking of Fred Baldwin is his courage, his constant presence of mind, his humor, and his ability to show people confidence. I participated at Fotofest from 1988 and as much as I could in the years to come. In 1988, my museum in Odense, Denmark, was just 1.5 years old. But I can say for sure that it would never have grown to this important photographic institution it actually did if it had not been for you, Wendy, and for Fred. Fabulous that we could sit in my private house in the woods. I guess it was in 1999. And with the two of you, with Alastair Foster, Patricia Mendoza, Tina Schellhorn, and more, and plan the foundation of the Festival of Light. 22 festival events in 4 continents. Thanks for that confidence. And thanks for showing photography from countries that you, or at least I, had never heard about before. Thanks for showing Lunan, the Forgotten People, one of the strongest exhibitions I have seen, and to show Chinese photography all in all. Thanks for choosing an overall important topic for a whole festival as water. A wake-up call to the whole world at that time. I love you both and miss you so much. You shall be in my heart forever, both of you. Thanks.
I hope we will come to visit, both in person. Much love. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dear Wendy, my deepest condolences. Fred was a dear friend in photography. In 2004, as a newcomer to Houston Fotofest, I was included in his circle of friends with no hesitation, such a generous man. At Fotofest, I continually find artistic talents to be published in my journal catalog, as well as good friends and colleagues, just like now online. Anyway, just as quickly as he was to embrace new friends, Fred seemed to have an open mind, easily made up, quick to resolve issues, and ready to go down the untrodden path together with you. And yet always prepared. Let me share a few anecdotes. On our visit in Moscow, Garage Portfolio Review in 2011, I went to see a bit of the city, and with Ricardo Vieira, the man with the amazing singing voice, I took a stroll close to Red Square. In an underpass, while climbing the stairs, a group of youngsters intentionally bumped into Ricardo in an attempt to pick his pocket. His swift bashing reaction with his hand and cry out prevented a theft. In the evening during cocktails, we shared our adventure. And of course, Fred gave us the best of all advice. He would always carry a few Monopoly dollars and an American Express in cardboard in an old worn-out wallet in his hip pocket. The unhappy pickpocket thief would thus also find a credit card-sized laminated note saying, "Fuck you," written in Gothic letters. What a humor.
I have that wallet still.
We should have it in the displayed.
Right.
It's wonderful. Always on the ready, of course. He had this wallet on him and could show us all the note to great laughs.
It has out-of-date currency in it too.
You might still find the wallet in his possessions, because who would have dared to pick the pockets of a tall and grand man as Fred? His willingness, nay, his offer to help must also be legendary, Wendy. Surely you have all felt it, all of us. I imagine that the sentence, "How can I help you?" would be the first Fred would utter in the morning, every morning. In 2014, during the Yangshu Photo Festival in China, we, the invited foreign curators, had a Peking duck lunch meeting. And of course, Fred asked the director, Duan Yuqing, what we as friends in photography could do to help her and her festival. After a long hesitation, her answer took us all a little aback. "As little as possible, please," she said. Her fear was that the more international attention we could draw onto this Chinese festival, the more the authorities and official bodies would crawl in and take over the helm of the festival. Fred's energy, stamina, and positive outlook will be sadly missed in our circle of friends. However, I console myself that Fred must have been prepared to meet his maker. Perhaps not with a laminated credit card sized note, but surely with a, "How can I help you?" He will be with us always. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Jens. I found the other day beside his side of the bed, a little yellow book, The Survivor's Handbook. I've never seen it before.
Okay.
And one statement in Nianzhou was certainly prescient in terms of what's happening today in China culturally. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.
Pierre-Yves, we have known also for quite a long time from the days of Arles, and then his work in reestablishing a history of photography in France that was not part of the standard official photography. So, Pierre-Yves, merci pour être ici et allez-y.
So I met Fred for the first time in 1993 during Montage 93, which was organized by Nathan Lyon. For this event, I set up an image transmission between Rochester and France with the title, "Take a Seat, Take a Mouse and Speak with Paris." It was an innovation at that time. In 1994, Fred received the world's first photography made by Nicéphore Niepce, as we know, and normally in Austin. At that time, he saw the possibility of connecting the Niepce Museum in Chalon-sur-Saône in France and Houston during Fotofest and with the Speos image transmission system. Then we were invited to Houston to make this connection happen. When I finally held the world's first photo in my hands, I felt the need to discover the place where it was taken. Out of this wish, the adventure of the Maison Nicéphore Niepce began, which resulted in the creation of the museum Nicéphore Niepce House. It was inaugurated in 2002 in Saint-Loup-de-Varennes, France. So Fotofest actually is at the origin too of this major project. It is our baby. Fred and Wendy invited me for 2 sessions of Fotofest and Speos creative workshops in Rice University. Some years later, Fotofest came to Speos for the first time during the Paris photo edition of 2010. Once again, Fred and Wendy showed me their trust, and the Fotofest was hosted at Speos until 2013. So a lot of things with you.
Yeah, a lot. And good wine.
And, yes. And my very best memory with Fred will be our stay in China, because I got to spend an entire week with him, for me alone, as part of a wonderful project organized by Gao Lei, who seems to be the speaker after me.
Yeah.
And the only problem I had to deal with during our stay was that the hotel staff kept trying to free Fred from his camera bag to help him along. And this put him in a very bad mood indeed. And I was with him a lot. So I would like to warmly thank Fred and Wendy for their continual trust, friendship, and collaboration. I will need time to realize that Fred has gone. And my last words will be in French for Wendy, who speaks so well the French. Je t'embrasse et on t'embrasse tous.
Merci. C'est très, très gentil. We had wonderful times together with Pierre-Yves. Thank you. So I don't know if Pierre-Yves' friend and our close friend, Gaule, is actually here.
He was not, he said he thinks there's a firewall and he was not able to log on to the call. He sent me an email, Wendy.
Okay, so I also have the email that he sent about Fred that I'll read, and then if there's something I've missed, Stephen, please add to it. So Galilei, who I haven't been able to reach for a year, sent this email recently. He is a very, very gifted cultural entrepreneur. He's a photographer, and when we met him in Lingzhou, which I think Jimmy Chu, one of his best friends, will mention after this talk, he was a magnificent printer for many of the good artists, not only photographers, but painters and printmakers in China. And through Gaule, we met some of the best photographers in China in the mid-2000s, which led to the China Biennial in 2008. And he and Jimmy Chu organized a Fotofest portfolio review in 2006 in Beijing. And when they asked us about the portfolio review, we made a few statements, such as it should have no government support, it should be independent, they needed to organize it, and we would ask the reviewers and help with that. And we thought it might be 2 or 3 years if lucky. Not at all. 6 months later, they had organized it, they had raised the money, and we did it in Beijing, and it was an extraordinary event. So this is the message from Gao. Dearest Wendy, I could not accept the truth that Fred, my best friend, left us without saying goodbye as I read the obituary at Fotofest. His portrait, as long as yours, are beside me since your last visit in Changzhou. Every student of mine knows stories about Fred and you and Fotofest because the portraits are the backdrop of my web classroom. People asked, who's in the photo? I told them our stories since 2005 when we met in Lingzhou. I am in the sad mode now that cannot escape, but I know another day will come. I am in Western territory, close to Tibet, alone by motorcycle, quite a remote area, no people. I'm afraid I might have a hard time to have internet connection, but I will try to join. But let me say, Fred shared his life experience with me, sometimes his secrets, and that helped me to narrow the distance between us. He is my best friend who encouraged me to do things helping others. I have changed myself from a businessman to a serious photographer. And that's from Gao. And perhaps, Stephen, you have some additional words?
Well, I was fortunate enough to meet with Gao the last time I was in China, and he actually, we started talking about you and Fred and Gao and your friendship, and it brought tears to his eyes. And I was so touched by how close he felt to Fred and you. And I think that meeting you both has inspired his, as he said, it's inspired his path of life to do all the amazing things he's doing now in China.
That's nice. Thank you. Is Jimmy Chu one of his here from Hong Kong? He was extraordinarily important to us in both Beijing and the biennial in China. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I really miss you, Wendy. And of course, I miss the chairman a lot. Well, I always call him chairman. I never met such a wonderful, kind, generous couple like Wendy and the chairman. Well, nobody can, because I'm not a photographer, and I don't do anything with photography. So Wendy cannot even introduce me as, someone that has anything to do with photography.
Yes.
My own connection
you have more likers than anyone I know.
Well, anyway, a short story is like, 2005, some friend of mine say, there's a wonderful couple coming through Hong Kong, where I live in Hong Kong, and they are going to Guangzhou. So it's just a short, travel across the border. So asked me if I can pick up Wendy and chairman. So of course I would, because I'm interested in photography. So I thought I can ask Wendy and Fred a lot of things about photography. Actually, I have no idea what Fotofest is. I have no idea what portfolio review is. I know a little bit about where Houston is. That's about it, So anyway, I think we went into Linzhou, Guangdong province, and for a few days and back to Hong Kong. And I was so surprised that a couple months later, Fred and Wendy asked me if I want to come to Houston to learn about Fotofest. So, that's, I'm just so happy and honored that I have the opportunity to meet with, Fred and Wendy. And talk about Fred, only thing I can I keep thinking in my mind, he is such a great storyteller. I mean, he just tells me all kinds of story. Because I traveled with Fred and Wendy for quite a few years in China, and to many, many places in China. Okay. So, whenever we are in the car, in the hotel lobby, wherever we are together, Fred always have some most interesting story that he can tell me.
That's true. That's one of the things I miss every day.
That should have been in my list, storyteller. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that makes
Always.
him a fantastic photographer. And his photography, of course, open eyes for many, many people, And I think, I finally, after Fotofest, I realized that he does not only want to open people's eyes on, at that time, his social issue, political issue, which we are having a big amount of it today, speaking from Hong Kong.
Yes, so, you are.
Yeah, and but he really want to open doors for others that can follow his way of presenting what the world really is. You know, I think so. I think this is what Fotofest is all about. And that's what I learned is open door for people like for photographers in China, so they can tell people through pictures. They can tell people through their own experience what is going on. And that applies not only to the huge country like China, they're all, you know, I mean, Fred and Wendy went everywhere in the world. Of course, everybody knows that. And I think that is such a great and, shall I say, noble idea that he's been doing it for so long. And he figured out the best thing can ever happen to this world is to open door to people have no such opportunity that can step into his shoes so they can keep doing it, you know. And I think, you know, Fred in heaven right now and can be smiling because it's so successful that all these people today around the world talk about Fred as a great teacher and or whatever. I mean, you know, I mean, to me, Fred and Wendy is really good friends because we did spend so much time together, you know, in China, and I really, really appreciate that. Even though it's 1:15 in the morning in Hong Kong, but I won't miss a thing. Okay, I'm just staying put. I want to see you guys. Yeah, I want to see the whole show. Well, maybe a big part of it later. Okay, thank you, Wendy, and take care of yourself. And I really miss you. You know, and I can say that for thousands of photographers that may not be able to join us in China right now, that all know who you have done so much of them. And Fred,
you did also so much for us. I mean, we had the most extraordinary year and a half traveling with you and Gao throughout China and seeing very creative and knowledgeable people. And for Fred, the encounters with Chinese who knew about the Korean War and knew about the Chinese participation, it was an extraordinary encounter. And they're such good photographers with whom we are still in touch. Thank you. And we actually talk a lot about what's happening in Hong Kong. And as we're not very religious people, I can't say we pray for Hong Kong. I don't know who's up there listening, but I think in some ways, Hong Kong has been an apogee in a good sense of the capitalist system. And I'm very sorry to see that openness go at this point. So good luck to you, Jimmy. And we're in touch by cell phone a lot. Take care and thank you for being up at 1 a.m.
Thank you.
So nearby in Korea is another one of our very, very long-term friends and somebody who made it possible to see top contemporary Korean work after a meeting in Japan in Eko Hosoi's inspired museum, Kyosoto. And Bon Jung-koo is an extraordinary photographer and as generous as people have been kind enough to say about us. Bon Jung, it's a great pleasure.
Thank you very much for my invitation and have a chance to talk with you. And first, my deepest condolences for your loss. Our relation, it goes back a long way. I met Fred and Wendy in the Oracle meeting in Kyoto, Japan in 1998. I got to present the Korean contemporary photography there. I was very nervous. It was my first time to present in international scene, but I did. And just after I finishing my presentation, really Wendy and Fred came up to me and they were so fascinated with Korean photography, what I presented. It was really fantastic experiences. And I could remember our lunch table that you came up to me. And after 1 year, Fred and Wendy came to Korea, and we organized the Korean Contemporary Show for the 2000. And it was really wonderful that we could do Korean photography in abroad. It was beginning of our relationship, and the very first show about Korean photography was presented outside of Korea. After that, we have done numerous projects together. As I became a Daegu Photo Biennale art director, I invited Fred and Wendy, and we started portfolio review. Nobody in Korea organized that kind of event, but after that in Korea, many young generation also could feel what's going on in abroad, and they could participate in portfolio review. And it's really wonderful chance for Korea. And it's really what Wendy and Fred did is a kind of lighthouse for Korean photographers to guide and open to the new world. We didn't know how to approach to abroad, but really Fred and Wendy showed us to break the shell and bring us out. With Wendy and Fred's efforts, we were able to dream big, not only me and all our younger generation. I really appreciate what both of you have done for Korean photography. I could not describe, because English is not my mother tongue, but really a lot of memories. And as many people really mentioned, Fred made so many interesting humors, and I could not forget it. As I saw the advertising of Picasso book, I ordered the book, and the book, I received it, and it was really too thick. And I made a joke because to Wendy, oh, it's good for the pillow. Yeah, I made a joke. I'm not a good English, so I made a joke to Fred. Oh, it's good for my pillow. And I told him, and spontaneously he made a joke. No, it's too hard for the pillow. It's better you use for the doorstop. So I couldn't really talk anymore. So he's really that kind of a person. Really, he gave me so many really courages and made a really wonderful emotion for me, that really he gave me what I could have done in Korea is all really, as somebody told every morning, Fred told me, what can I help you? It's really his motto. And I really appreciate that I met Wendy and Fred in Kyoto, 1998. Really, it's lucky for me and also lucky for Korean photography. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to say, Banjan, that your knowledge and passion for Korean history and culture has been a great inspiration for us, for both of us. And I want to say to everyone, if you're in Seoul, not only to possibly meet Banjan, but to go to the older art building in the Samsung Museum to see the 9th century pottery from Korea. It's absolutely extraordinary. And I want to also acknowledge Eko Hosoi's passion for reaching out to the world as well, and also introducing us. That's how we met, as Banjang said, in Japan. But he also introduced us to the quite remarkable Japanese critic and writer, Fukushima, Mr. Fukushima, as we called him, and his daughter is here today among the audience. So Ako, I want to say your father was a wonderful influence to us, and it's all connected with Banjang as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was good. I remember that moment Wendy, when we went to see that pottery together,
Yeah.
I was quite moved, and that was a wonderful trip where I first met you in person, Bonchung. So
Yeah.
our next speaker is William E. Jor III, or Bill Jor to us, and Bill is the president of the Fotofest board and longtime board member, and wonderful supporter of Fotofest, and incredible thinker and mentor. So welcome, Bill.
Thank you. You know, Wendy, when you invited me to participate in this program, I have to confess I was a bit dismayed. After all, how do you talk about a man that had such an incredible personality and so many different facets? And I thought about it a while, and I realized that I had to focus on just one. And as Mr. Chu mentioned a few minutes ago, his interest in the storytelling of Fred, I decided that ought to be my focus. And I realized that after watching him tell his stories and hearing them and reading them over the years, that those stories are more than entertainment. I mean, we as human beings have long told stories. You know, we told them as oral histories, as means of educating our young about the dangers of the world, means of creating and perpetuating moral codes, and for all sorts of reasons. Why did Fred tell them? I can't possibly answer that with any great assurance, and I'm not sure Fred would, at least fully, if he were here. But I'd like to speculate. Remembering, as I think Mr. Chu mentioned, that so many of those stories were humorous, I think on one rather superficial level, he used them to facilitate his relationships with us and so many others. After all, who is it that doesn't like a man who tells funny stories? But on a deeper level, it seems to me that many of those stories conveyed messages about the values that he believed were meaningful and perhaps beneficial to others. I mean, who could fail to believe, after hearing his most famous story about his afternoon with Picasso, that to Fred, perseverance is critical to achievement of one's goals? Not all his stories were oral. On a yet more fundamental plane, some of those stories, especially those he reduced to writing, sought to teach us social values, many of which we know he felt very strongly. One thinks of his reflections about the history of the Khyber Pass and the hardships endured by the people who now populate that area. Well, I don't remember ever hearing Fred tell the story about his experience with the Ku Klux Klan rally in Reidsville, Georgia. The written version not only illustrates his fearlessness in confronting the unknown, but also subtly conveys the lesson that racism wears many faces. As with all effective storytelling, Fred's tales frequently contained messages that touched us at various levels of perception, some being more obvious than others. It's my belief that Fred used many of these stories as a gentle means of prodding us to think about the personal and humanitarian values that are implicit in those stories, leaving us to decide the extent to which those values are important to us and to our lives. Once we deciphered the messages, the values they reflected tended to become our own, which of course is the ultimate in persuasion. I suppose it's possible to teach some subjects effectively without a passionate belief in the subject matter. I don't think that's possible in the case of personal and social values. To me, Fred's stories were important to us, not just because of the relevance of the values in those tales, Ultimately, they were important because they reflected the man himself. Those personal values reflected in those stories were the values that guided his life. This single aspect of the man suggests so much about his character that enchanted me. His perseverance, his self-deprecation, his belief that despite our foibles, we are all human beings worthy of attention. His notion that teaching is best when the taught is led to reach a conclusion on his or her own. Perhaps above all, his perception that living this life requires civility and gentility, leavened, of course, by a goodly dose of humor. His stories were and continue to be the gentle offerings of the ideas and values of a gentleman. I have many times wished that I had the insouciance and fearlessness that led Fred to ingratiate himself or otherwise to insert himself into the circumstances that were the essential ingredients of his stories. If that wish had somehow been magically fulfilled, I would most happily trade it for the opportunity to listen to him tell just one more story. Thanks.
Well, Bill,
Wow.
I think you understand Fred very well, and you understand his stories. And there's always an element in many of his stories, as you have mentioned, of sort of laughing at himself, a certain aspect of self-deprecation. And for a man who survived and put himself in the encounter of constant, masculine, risky situations,
Absolutely.
he came out of those situations not with arrogance and not with hubris, but with a sense of vulnerability at the same time. He knew himself very well, and he was a good listener. I wanted to tell one anecdote, which probably nobody here has heard, unless you read the book very carefully. So the Trojan Reservoir, as I said before, was a legendary battle in the Korean War, and a very complicated one. And suddenly now, China has rewritten that history in a very popular new movie in China. I won't go into that part, but Fred was one of the survivors and participated in the very long march out of the Trojan Reservoir south to get closer to the 38th parallel. And the army lost hundreds of soldiers. The Marines, who lost about a third of their combatant soldiers, riflemen at the Trojan Reservoir, managed to get all their people out and didn't lose anybody in that sense. And that long march with no food, constant sniping, minus 34-degree weather, was a long and painful one. And Fred had terrible dysentery and was very, very weak and could barely walk. And he was, of course, slowing down the march out. So the Marines threw him up on a truck on top of several hundred dead bodies. Fred tried to use his rifle as against snipers, but he simply didn't have the strength to use it. And he rode out on the back of that truck. And that haunted him ever since. He told that story many times in the last few months, that while his comrades were out fighting, he was on top of dead bodies on this truck, and in a sense, being peaceably driven out. And that haunted him, that he was not part of the people who were fighting at that point, the Chinese snipers. So he does not, his attitude about war is a very complicated one, and his attitude also about himself. And he sees the ragged and fragile ends of our life in connection with events such as wars. Anyway, thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Director Emerita of Photography at the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston, and a longtime friend, partner of Fotofest, and Fred and Wendy, and a great friend of mine as well, I'm happy to say, Ann Wilkes Tucker. Welcome, Ann.
Thanks, Steve. And Bill, thank you for your presentation. I really would love to have a recording of it. Okay. Life without Fred should be years away. There were unfinished plans and a life already rich with accomplishments and worldwide impact. Fred, Wendy, and I moved to Houston in the mid-1970s, part of a generation trained as photographers, but determined to expand and appreciate the understanding of the medium that we love. We first met at the air exhibition at the Menil Museum, a major document on Grimes County, Texas, soon after I was hired at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston as the first curator of photography. In 1981, we were founding members of the Houston Center of Photography. Wendy was one of the first photographers to have an exhibition at HCP of her award-winning project on Vietnam veterans and Agent Orange. In 1983, Fred and Wendy initiated dialogues within Houston and internationally to found Fotofest. Wendy and Fred conceived ideas that they made into realities, nourishing and educating so many, including me. The Museum of Fine Arts Houston acquired images from Fotofest exhibitions or directly from meeting place photographers. Works from Holland, China, Japan, Korea, Argentina, Cuba, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, just to name a few. Over the decades, Fotofest enabled me to view thousands of photographs and acquire them. I also met curators and artists who became lifetime friends, as well as members of a growing professional network. Without Fred and Wendy's vision, the Museum of Fine Arts Houston collection would not have been so gloriously enriched, nor would an international array of photographers been nurtured into substantial careers. Exhibitions and books wouldn't have come into reality. I'll end with a favorite story. Joan Morgenstern often sat with me in the meeting place. If she liked images, she elbowed me. I then told the photographer to thank her because she had just purchased a print for the museum. One young woman jumped up and ran out of the meeting place door. When she returned, still in tears, she explained that she had left to tell her mother.
Oh,
I tell this story because among my fondest memories of Fred are stories that resulted in laughter.
thank you, Ann. You were part of Fotofest even before the beginning. That's wonderful. It's a wonderful story. Thank you very, very much. Yeah.
Just that you all had vision, and it was palpable, and it's that quality made it such a pleasure to be involved.
And thank you for your continuing involvement.
Yes.
Yes. I want now to introduce one of Fred's closest friends, and the friendship came about in Russia, and of writer and visual artist from Canada, Frank Frederick, who helped Fred almost every step of the way over 8+ years with his book. Frank.
Thank you, Wendy. Yeah, Fred and I've known Fred and Wendy for around 20 years, but Fred and I got to know each other much better while he was working on his book. And he would send me drafts asking me different things, and we'd discuss it. And we'd talk about it when we met in person, but eventually also these emails became usually on Friday afternoons. And this became our thing. It was a dialogue, not only about his life, but mine as well, you know. And you know, we would just talk about our own lives, and a lot of it was serious, a lot of it was funny, and of course, as many people have talked about, there was a lot of sharing of stories. I guess one thing I'd like to say is that, you know, a lot of people have, you know, rightly talked about the great accomplishments that Fred did, along with you, Wendy, and his adventuring, his achievements, all the color in his life. But I also, I got to see this very gentle, very loving side of him. I mean, he really looked out for me, and it meant a lot to me. You know, it was nice that over the last 6 months, a lot of what we talked about was kind of an affirming of our friendship. And I think it was important for both of us, you know, to kind of make sure that we told each other how much that relationship meant to each other. And I guess it's kind of like an evolution, you know, people talk about things, and then friends talk about life, and then after a while friends talk about friendship, which is to say they talk about love, really. And I know that it's all true about, you know, a long life and lived well, and Fred lived it well, and he lived it intensely, and he gave a lot, but there is this big loneliness. And that's not just, you know, for me, you know, it's not just on, you know, Friday afternoons, which just feel, you know, still feel like I'm going to get a call or ring him. Anyway, what's true is that, you know, the love is there, the stories are there, and I have some people to share that with, including you, Wendy, and your grief. You know, I know how, you know, your grief is singular, and it's more than someone really should have to bear. But even though it's singular, you're not alone. There are many of us who love you, and thank you, and thank Fred for everything. And we're going to miss him terribly. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, very much.
It's hard to express anything more in words. Just thank you. Somebody from about half the world away also has experienced a close friendship with Fred, and that is the curator, writer, and institutional head of many organizations in Russia, Evgeny Bershin. Evgeny, thank you. I know it's not early there.
Yes, you're right. But anyway, thank you very much, Wendy, and thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you everybody who takes part in this very important event for everybody, not only involved in photography, but involved in culture, in art, and in free and kind relationship between people. I was lucky to meet Fred and Wendy in 1994 in Paris. It was a short period of time when Russia was free, and all of us were thinking that we will continue the life in a new free country. Everybody knows that not every dream becomes reality. But Fred and Wendy did so much for a new wave of Russian, Ukraine, and Belarusian photography in that short period. We met many times in Houston, not only during the festival. We met in Moscow. We were lucky not only to show contemporary Russian photography in the States, but to show some exhibitions of international photography in Moscow and in ancient city of Samara, which is located on the bank of Volga River. And all these projects were done in the closest cooperation with Fotofest, with Fred and Wendy. Moreover, at the end of free period of Russia in 2011 and 2012, you, Fred, and Wendy, we managed to organize two great events. The first event was in 2011 in Moscow, the International Portfolio Review for Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian photographers. Fred and Wendy were able, it was not so easy, but they were able to take 40 international specialists who were top in the International Photography Society in Moscow. Everybody who took part in that event remember this event. Moreover, many of the participants of that event put the line about participating in this event in their CV. And then the next year, 2012, when Wendy, Fred, and our Russian team showed the great exhibition of contemporary Russian photography. It was the most scaled presentation of Russian photography abroad. About 200 artists and about 1,200 works. I don't think that anybody will be able to repeat this experience in the nearest 50 or maybe 100 years. And once more, thank you, Wendy, thank you, Fred, for this great experience and great event. You see, it's very important to live knowing that there are such extraordinary people, persons as Wendy and Fred. It's impossible to call one of them. It was couple which all their life were in love, in cooperation, in their dream, in their purposes. I would like to say that Fred was the person who connected not only people, he connected times, because he was a person who started his life as an extraordinary person after the meeting with Pablo Picasso. And this is that point that connected through Fred all the artists, all the dreamers of the 20th century. I remember the visit of Fred and Wendy in Samara in 2003 in winter.
Oh, God.
We flight to Samara at 5 a.m. and the temperature was about minus 32. It was snowing. It was a long way from the airport to hotel, about 1 hour. And then we started the next day the work. And it was great to watch the cooperation between Wendy and Fred, because Wendy, as usual, was very attentive to every detail. Something it was absolutely impossible, because Wendy was eager to imagine that she was not in Samara, but she was in Houston. And sometimes the situation became very hard. And it was the second for Fred, because he was able every time to make the situation less hard. And I would like to say about my personal experience. Maybe it will be strange to hear this, but it was very important for me. You see, Fred taught me not to throw cigarette ends on the ground. It was very interesting and very unusual. The hotel was not very bad. It was not very good, but it was not very bad. So you see, and before the entrance to the hotel, a lot of cigarette ends were lying on the ground. And one morning, when Fred was going to start our work, he had a few minutes to walk along the entrance and along the hotel, and all of a sudden I watched that he started to pick up the cigarette ends and to put them in cans. You see, seriously, it was a great lesson for me. Maybe it is only a detail, but I think that this detail describes Fred as a person, because he was a man who felt the world in its unity. It was the person whom you want and must follow. And thank you very much, Fred, for everything what you have done. And thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Stephen, for this meeting where Fred is with us. And thank you, everybody who remembers Fred. Thank you.
Evgeny, I've never heard the cigarette butt story, and maybe one has to understand Russia at that time and today. You're right. It's a very apocryphal and important story beyond Fred, in a sense, but he helped make it happen. And we want you to know that we are going to finish the Russian book that we have been working on since 1213.
Yes.
Yes, and because that period of freedom needs to be preserved. And that's thanks also to you and Irina, who is the next speaker. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is a woman of great knowledge and experience as a curator, a writer, a teacher, and she and Evgeny have worked many times together and many times independently. And it's been a great joy working with her, Irina Chemaidova.
Dear Wendy, thank you very much for invitation. Thank you, Stephen, for invitation and a chance to talk today. And please accept my deepest condolences, because it's impossible to imagine that Fred passed away. Seriously. still, when I hear a good joke in Russian, I start immediately to translate it into English, because it was a collection of stories what I prepared for every next meeting with Fred. And of course, I needed firstly to keep it in my mind in English, then to be able to tell to him next time. And Stephen, please, if it's possible, start to show the file. We just asked many Russian artists to share their archives where Fred was presented. And it was very interesting because many people sent to me the archives, and of course we will keep all of them and send to Fotofest for Fred's memorial archive. I believe that will be. But what was very important for us, people really look at him from very often from the same angle as a great teacher. And that's how I remember him since the first meeting in Houston. I was lucky to meet Fred and Wendy in 1999. And it was thanks to grant from Trust of Mutual Understanding. And from that travel where I was able to visit Rochester, Houston, Los Angeles, Boston, New York, Washington. I remember two people, Nathan Lyons from a visual studies workshop in Rochester and Frederick Baldwin. And of course, that year, I was not imagined that we will be friends, and I really feel Fred as a part of my family.
So we'll try to play the video now.
Yes, please. Yep. And what about Frederick and Russia? Of course, it was about Fred Baldwin and Wendy Waters, because they were the patrons for international presentation of Russian photography for a very long time. And here especially there is no sound, because I wanted also to share my memories and to send many.
Russia's had a terrible and wonderful history. And ironically, those may be the very things that form what is important to create something worth saving. Now, today, I have to say, there are countries.
And we did a few interviews with Fred in different years. Of course, we talked about Russian photography. And of course, many people wanted to send their condolences from Russia, because he visited Russia many times. And right now there are images from 2011, when in the beginning of the year, we were in garage, and it was presentation about Fotofest, and people, when I look through archive of photographs, I saw how people mostly focused on Fred's face during the whole evening, different artists, Fred and Wendy. And next great event was August of 2011, when we did a portfolio review in Moscow. And all this time, when people waited for translation from English into Russian, they observed two faces of Fred and Wendy, and they studied how it's possible.
Always, when you begin a festival,
each other, even with your eyes.
big surprise to everybody. And I think Krasnoдар is a big surprise in Russia, but Houston, Fotofest was a big surprise in Houston. When we started it in 1986, nobody thought it was possible to do such a thing. So all it takes is innovative people and people with a lot of drive and a lot of imagination, and you can do things in this world, as you're showing here, and you're doing it very well.
Yes, and in 2012, after portfolio review in Moscow, we were able to do Russian year at Fotofest. And again, how Fred talked to people, that was very, very important.
Each other and discovering that, you know, you can just go out and do things. You don't have to wait for some magic moment. The magic moment is in each artist.
Yes, and really, they were kind of set of mottos from Fred. When I'm teaching, I still talk Fred's stories to my students, because when for the first time I asked him why Fotofest is existed, he told me, because I shown my portfolio to Steichen and he helped me. And that's why Fotofest has to help the next generations. And that's a great lesson. And I believe that's a lesson from Fred, what the next generation of young students of photography should know. And right now you see some numbers of information about Russian year 2012 in Houston, the titles of the exhibitions, but that was maybe not even the most important. Of course, the large scale, of course, a huge historic presentation, but we were able to bring people from Russia, from Ukraine, from Belarus, in that year it was still possible, and to invite all of them to Houston, and they were able to touch the photographic history and to study, maybe unconsciously, to study how to negotiate one to each other. And after that, in autumn of 2012, Fred and Wendy came to Krasnodar, and how they talk to young generation of artists. And then you will see right now the images by Fred, since this images what himself and Wendy did with his camera in Krasnodar. And just see how he was attentive to other people and how much love was in his images. Jokes, funny moments, beautiful portraits. He did portraits of every student at the portfolio review to whom he talked. It's really amazing attention to another person. It's a feeling of respect to humankind. That's the great lesson, what you just can have from a person and keep in your own life. He had such a deep respect to Wendy. She was in many of his images, and from these images you can imagine what was his relation to her. And of course, all these materials were for his next book. When we talked last time in 2020 and Mr. Picasso was published, Fred told he's working for the next book, and that was a great thing for me. I waited when the story of Fotofest, his personal story of Fotofest, will be published. And I believe many of his materials are ready, and maybe once we will read the next part from Fred's point of view. And again, many deepest condolences and many warmest words of love and friendship from Russia. Thank you all.
Irina, thank you, and thank, well, I'm very lucky to begin again to work closely with you. And it's such a great pleasure. And your knowledge of photography and people in the field in Russia and beyond is remarkable, very remarkable. And it's very passionate under difficult circumstances. Thank you. Thank you for our long friendship. But I hope we do the book.
It will happen.
Yeah, it will. So close by, particularly close by in terms of what's happening today, I want to welcome Pavel Banka, again, with whom actually we had relationships since the 1980s in many, many different countries. And we have shown many, many Czech and Slovak photographers and much of Pavel Banka's own work. He is that pioneering generation, not only a good artist, but a builder. He helped create the House of Photography in Prague and the very beautiful magazine, the name of which I can't remember right now, Pavel.
Photograph.
Yes. And a gallery in Prague. And these were to create opportunities for other photographers and for younger photographers from both parts of the Czech Republic, Moravia, and Slovakia, of course, which is now independent. So welcome, Pavel. It's so good to see you. It's been years.
Thank you very much, and thank you also, Stephen. Thanks to Stephen also. It's so hard to talk about things which there are so many, and I know its time is passing. So I will try to say just some major things. I hope Fred is listening, above us. He was a great man. He was absolutely, and he and Wendy actually made for me and my friends a great sample, great heroes, which we in some way followed as an inspiration. And
hello, Wendy. Hello, Indra. Oh, we've lost sound.
Indra just came from outside.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was just few things. We met in such an important time for our country and for the whole Eastern Europe, just a year before the Velvet Revolution. And then you came to Prague together along with Fred during the Velvet Revolution to prepare the first exhibition, a huge exhibition of Czech and Slovak photography in Fotofest Houston. It was an amazing time, and for me it was a great honor to participate. I was lucky, both me and Indra had already some experience from America because we were invited to teach since the government started to be a little bit weaker and wanted money, dollars for to bring back and so on. Anyway, what was so important? It was so important time. You came back when Václav Havel was just elected and things like that. It was enormously important time, and from all which I could after that, our first visit in 1990 with the whole group was enormously important and beautiful, and was Václav Havel's play was there, and anyway, it will be too long. So what I really got from all visits, because I started to come since we started Prague House of Photography, huge gallery, which was having a non-profit style, which we also, we a lot of things we copied, we just learned from you. And also what we, and myself, I got chance, since I had already some English and some connections, so I wanted to help to Czech society to learn how to do things like that. And you were for us a great sample. And of course, coming back, learning how to do reviewing, finding a lot of artists through the reviewing, for both first for the showing in the gallery, then for publishing in the magazine, which became from the beginning international, one version in English, full English, so spread to the 36 countries around the world. So we were very lucky, and I must say that it gave me and my friends feeling that we are not alone. In the beginning, those countries were not completely included, and it's still not completely, you know, and you were the first one which really gave us the first power, first self confidence, and it helped us so much. It helped. Then we started to have exhibitions and being published and spreading out books abroad and things like that. And it was important, and particularly that generation of my students who actually have started to do things which I did. Now they are following my ideas, and I am stepping back because it's a good time to step back. And so anyway, we just, again, I must thank you and thank to Fred above us that I got this chance, and we were invited and we were included, and we hope that Fotofest Youth will follow in such a great way. Thank
you, Pavel. As you know, I have great love for Czech photography and Slovak photography as well. And you're right, we came at a very important time. And Jindra, we also love your ceramics.
Jindra is full-time my model.
No, don't listen to him.
And Pavel, I want to, I think Wendy Lures, who was very important as a close friend of Pavel's, she and her husband, Bill Lures, the ambassador. I think Wendy is in the audience.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she helped very much.
Yes, they were very, very helpful.
Yeah, very important.
Well, I hope we can see you and visit your beautiful house. No longer.
You must.
You are welcome.
All Fotofest people are welcome.
It is a beautiful house.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Many greetings to all participants. It's such a great event tonight.
Goodbye.
Tonight, I say tonight for you, it's not tonight, but anyway.
But give our
Thank you
love
very
to
much.
all our Czech friends also.
Okay.
And Slovak. Okay, thank you. Well, Luis Delgado, actually there is a relationship. Luis Delgado is based in California, but he's like a multinational hybrid, a talented hybrid. And we have not only shown his work, he's an excellent artist, but we have been involved together in a project ongoing now in Cuba to open the door of opportunity for not only established but relatively unknown artists abroad, but also young and in the beginning of their career photographers. And Luis has done portfolio reviews and special workshops on artist books. And it's a project that started with Ambassador and Wendy Lures and is ongoing, and there are foundation, diplomacy, and culture. So there's an interconnection there. Luis.
Greetings to all. Sort of waiting in line here. Reminds me of when we used, where I met most of you, was at the blackboard at Rice University with a little ticket, not knowing what you were doing. You go stick it on the board and boom, let's see, you get the lottery or maybe not, or yes. But anyway, that was, it was fundamental. That's a big change. I'm going to go back to my words because if not, I'm going to lose it. It is hard to dissociate Fred's impact on my life from that of Fotofest and Wendy. Fred and Wendy created a platform for ideas and visual language that has enriched my life beyond description. Many times they threw the gauntlet down and doing work for a theme, and I picked it up and I hope I did some good work. I'm sure all of us here present feel the same. Not only did we further our careers through their vision and hard work, but we also had a chance to create a worldwide family of kindred spirits with our common interest in photography. Fred moves on, as does photography. His impact on the work medium is worldwide. His persona of service, friendship, and above all, the ability to listen is remarkable and has touched us all, for which I deeply thank him. Photography has certainly changed in his lifetime, from the golden era of the early snappers to feeding social media. But what stays central to the media is the ability to communicate, instill ideas, and share points of view. Fred and Wendy's work through Fotofest furthers these ideas and has given us the opportunity to enrich the language. Fred will be missed. His ability to spin yards, give suggestions, and his steady hand on the Fotofest tiller is something we can all appreciate and be thankful for, and learn from the example he has set. I add my condolences to Wendy, who has lost a good sparring partner.
Yes.
And to all of us, we'll miss his jaunty persona, hard work, and dedication. Fred, I bid you adieu. Fred, I bid you adieu, and thank you all for the opportunity. Boy, what a win. The opportunities you created for me rest well in the thought that your persona shines through the community you helped create.
Wow, beautiful.
Very beautiful. And help us keep up the worldwide network and keep it broadening.
Oh, that was like
older and younger generations.
That one is in me, but it's out of our control. It's done. It's good.
No, but we have to continue it.
And we have to nurture it. We have to always nurture it.
And you have been a wonderful part of that in so many different ways.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Gracias.
A usted. A ustedes.
Sí, gracias.
A usted. Goodbye.
So I guess, Stephen, can you just post the picture that Alfredo sent from Cuba? I guess it is. If not, I'll just read a little bit.
I think Brandon has it and he's gonna put it up.
Right. So Alfredo Sarabia could not come. Not only he is Cuban, he is in Havana, and he has been a very important part of a project that Fotofest started with a nonprofit organization / foundation that founded by Ambassador William Lures and his very active partner, Wendy Lures, about recreating ties with Cuba through art and diplomacy. And we were asked to set up a program around photography, in which we have been doing since 2016. In November was our last big program. We did a virtual portfolio review that I created with Fotofest for young photographers beginning their career from all over the island. And the Cubans, the Fototeca, Alfredo, the head of the Fototeca, Lisette Rios, and Osain Raghi from the Instituto de Artes Superiores, the great Cuban art school, which is now, of course, nearly bankrupt. And they did a convocatorio, a call for submission from all over the island, outside the official channels. And they got, I think, 70 submissions. And Alfredo, who's on the left in this picture, who is a very, very good photographer himself, we have given a scholarship for the meeting place in 2020. They chose the photographers, and there were 18 photographers young photographers that participated in this. So he has been a leader in this, and actually we showed his father's work in a cutting edge show in 1994. So just as he can't be here, I'm just going to read a little bit from his email. Saludos a todos, greetings to everyone. Mi nombre es Alfredo Sarabia. I am a Cuban photographer. And he knew us since 2017, but I had known him in 1993 when we were looking at work of the next post-revolutionary generation, the generation of photographers in the late 80s and early 90s that had begun to explore different modes of photography, from the very classical and very famous Cuban documentary photographers like Raúl Corrales and Corda and Tío, and the great ones that are known around the world. So we did that show in '94 in Houston for the biennial, and then we took it to Havana for the Havana Biennial, and it was an extremely important exhibition of work that was practically unknown outside Mexico and Cuba. So he says that, I hate to be self-congratulatory about this, but that show and what we have done in Cuba for now over 20 years has been extremely important for Cuban photography, for breaking the isolation, the embargo, with art and culture as the medium and tool. And what is happening now with the program that Luis Delgado participated in, also Ricardo Vieira was an important teacher before he died, in the first 3 years of the program, of talking about how to put together a portfolio and how to develop work and so forth. And this has broken down the barriers for, maybe 30 or 40 people, but through them, through a large number of others, and that projects and initiatives have started in Cuba now, again, as a result of this kind of initiative that we are doing. And he hopes that it will continue, and that Fred was a very important part of that. So I'm speaking on behalf of Alfredo Saravia, who is now part of the collection of the Museum of Fine Arts in Houston. Malcolm Daniel was much taken with his work, who's the current curator. And I hope that in cooperation with Fotofest, the museum is going to do a big exhibition on Cuban photography in, I think, 4 to 6 years from now. Thank you.
And Wendy,
yeah.
I think Virginia is next.
Yes. But now we're yes, she is. That's right, of course. So Virginia Heckert from the Getty Museum, a senior curator from there, and she has been involved for the last 2 years with the Cuba project, or maybe 3 years as a matter of fact, doing 2 sets of portfolio reviews in Cuba, in Havana, and most recently participating in the virtual portfolio presentation for young Cuban photographers. Virginia, you have left many young photographers in Cuba. Very happy to have met you.
Well, thank you, Wendy. And thanks. Well, hello from Los Angeles. Good morning, but a little later in the morning than I thought. And thank you, Wendy and Stephen, for inviting me to participate, and to all of the people who have spoken so beautifully and shared moving stories and memories about Fred. Like so many of you, it's through Houston Fotofest that I know Fred and Wendy, though not nearly as long as many of you. I did my first portfolio reviews ever at the 2004 meeting place, and I really feel like I learned what it was to be a portfolio reviewer. And as so many of you have described, I felt drawn into the circle that Wendy and Fred create, a circle that has such expansive qualities that I think of it as a kind of ripple effect. Fred and Wendy's passion and dedication to photography and their creation of Houston Fotofest have given thousands of young photographers the opportunity to meet professionals who have been able to assist them in various ways on their journeys. And just as important is the opportunity that the reviewers have to meet with colleagues and network with them, colleagues from the entire world, as many of you have said. And it's appropriate that my comments follow those of Luis and from Alfredo, because as Wendy said, I joined that Cuban adventure through the invitation of Wendy Lures, and traveled with Fred and Wendy to Havana twice in 2019. And it was during these trips, both there and en route, because we were actually on the same flights, that I got to experience Fred's humor, wisdom, energy, passion, and as so many of you have talked about, his great gift of storytelling. And all of you have experienced these qualities and have spoken eloquently about them. I can only hope that his life will serve as a source of inspiration for all of us to live life so fully. I know that Wendy will continue to do the work that she and Fred began, and that she will continue to expand the circle, a circle that embraces all of us, as Louis just said, this worldwide community that they have created. So Wendy, my deepest condolences to you and to all of us present today and all of the larger photo community, and all the best to all of you, and to Fred watching us from above. Thank you.
I hope he's watching and enjoying all this, as a matter of fact. So Virginia, what you talked about will happen only if people like you are continuing to expand and be involved with the networking internationally. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you.
Collaboration.
Wonderful.
Yes.
And our next speaker, speaking of international collaboration, is Fotofest publisher for the last few years, and has published some extraordinary projects with us. Martin Schilt of Schilt Publishing, great partner and friend and longtime friend of Fred's and Wendy's, and now mine.
Welcome, Martin.
Well, thank you so much.
And the publisher of a book called Dear Mr. Picasso as well.
Yes, as you can see, sort of over there. I mean, above me are the books, well, part of the books we published with Fotofest, and of course, on that side, the yellow book and the other one. The beautiful book by Fred, his memoirs, and the fantastic book we published 10 years ago with Fred and Wendy, and the museum in Charleroi.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm not going to talk like the last speakers have been talking. I'm just going to talk to you about one event Marie-Louise and I were happy to be with. And that was because it was such a great example of how Fred was,
right,
and still is. And that is, you know, we went in June 2019 to Wetzlar, where Fred was going to sell his camera. I mean, we're talking about a camera which was, you know, which is all over the book, his memoirs, everything he photographed for so many years. But it is about the way Fred was. It is about what he said in his book, but also in these kind of things. I mean, you know, you have to imagine that we came there, just to give you an idea. We came there, Marie-Louise and I, and we're talking about the headquarters of Leica in Wetzlar. And that's where the auction was for cameras, and where Fred's camera, his big, beautiful steel Leica MP, was going to be auctioned. And we were there, and we noticed, we looked at him. I was so amazed. I mean, we're talking about 2019. So Fred was 90, not 19, 90. And I hope I can show you some pictures. Shall I do that? Is that possible? Can we share screens?
You should be able to share screen. Yes.
Okay, let me see how I do that. Okay. So here you see where this camera, this is the famous steel MP camera of Fred, was auctioned in Wetzlar in the summer of 2019. And what was so extremely interesting was that Fred was, as he was always doing, he gave it the maximum. He wanted to do this, and he showed everybody how to do it, more or less. Because, you know, at the moment this happened, he was 90 years old. And we came there, and what we noticed was that he was already there for, I think, 2 days, and we spent 2 days with him. So he was there 4 days, and he was just showing, he was standing there. He was with his camera. I can show you more pictures. Like here. So he was photographing his own camera, which was on sale. And he was completely, very much focused on what he was going to do, because he wanted to sell his camera with, you know, in the best way possible. And here's the next picture. And this is, you know, we all recognize that. Look at him photographing what was actually happening around him. And then, of course, you know, the camera was estimated about 30,000 euros, but it became a little bit more. And this was his buyer. So the guy on the left, who was actually Ukrainian, bought his camera. And don't mind me not saying too much at the moment. And this was all in the Wetzlar, so in the headquarters of Leica in Wetzlar in the middle of Germany. And we were also for the first time presenting, of course, our beautiful book, Dear Mr. Picasso. I'm not going to talk about that because everybody here, I think, knows. This was an interview Fred gave to local press. And this is my favorite picture I took there, because this was his pride. This was his book. So that's what I'm going to show you. You know, I think Fred was one of my, and I'm, you know, I cannot talk about Fred without Wendy, of course, but nevertheless, I'm going to talk about Fred. Fred was one of my main mentors. The way I publish books, the way I do my business in photography, the way I have learned to create my own part in this world is done by two people in this world, Fred and Wendy. I don't have another way to say it. You know, I have published about 125 titles in the last 10 years. 25% certainty comes from Fotofest, comes from the way I have been dealing with the whole thing there. And incredible way of how to deal with making books from unknown people into known people. It has been such a privilege, and it always will be a privilege. I think I should leave it with this. This is an emotional way of me telling what's my role, or not my role, but what my feelings are with Fred. I hope you can just agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
So Martin, I also want to thank not you and to mention Victor Levy, who
Yes.
we just ran out of time in terms of people speaking, but who did such a I hope he's in the audience, such a magnificent job in designing that book and choosing that yellow color
Absolutely.
for the book.
You can see everything around here.
Yeah, but, and also when we worked with him in 2008 or 9 and the Musée de la Photographie in Charleroi on our book.
Absolutely.
An extraordinary book designer. So if he's not here, please tell him that we remembered him.
He is here. He is
Yeah.
here. So don't worry about it.
Yes.
He will see everything.
So I really want to thank him. And the other thing is that in terms of the Leica story, so Fred photographed with Canons, but Leica was his true love, always. And he had a great collection, actually, of Leicas, but he used many of them. And to tell you the truth, those of you who are photographers and understand kind of the old lenses and cameras, I could tell. A lot of the photographs we took when we were working together, can't really tell who took them, you know, without great effort. But the photographs that were taken by the old Leica 28mm and 35mm have a sharpness and a resolution that is captured by no other 35mm camera. And I was incredibly impressed with that myself. And so Fred always, and Leica was very good with Fred, particularly in the early days. He had very funny stories about taking Leicas into lights and how the technicians would come out in white floor-length white uniforms to look over the cameras that he brought in and never charged him anything. So in those days, Leica, in a sense, operated somewhat like many of us have operated in the 80s and 90s who got into photography for the passion of what it could do and what it could express.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for many years of collaboration and, of course, friendship. So now I'd like to introduce, well, it seems that I'm always saying long-term friendship, but a very close and much beloved photographer from Houston, but now her work is known all over the world, particularly the rescuers' work of Jewish people who rescued Jews during World War II and the Nazi administration. Gay Block.
Thank you, Wendy. You're always right about everything, but they were Christians who rescued the Jews.
Thank you. No, I'm not always right about everything. Thank you very much.
And before I begin, I want to show a couple of pictures of the times we have together. Dinners with Ann Tucker.
Oh my God, yes. And Eve and Joe.
Here is Fred. And
I'm guessing early 80s.
Oh, yes, definitely. And
Definitely 80s, yes.
at your house.
Well, I loved Fred. I loved his ascots. That's why I wore a scarf today. I loved Fred's honesty. He would always say exactly what he was thinking, whether or not I wanted to know it. I'm so grateful that Fred wrote his fabulous book about his life so that I could know so much more about him than he had been able to impart in person. The last time I saw Fred and Wendy was a couple of months ago when he and Wendy visited Louisa and she invited us to dinner. I was lucky enough to be seated across from Fred, who made the time fly because he was telling me stories of his life and some I hadn't read in his book. Fred loved telling stories as much as he had loved, practically as much as he had loved doing what he was telling me about. And most of all, I loved you and Fred together, Wendy. Founding Fotofest together was major. And of course, living in Houston, I was there and saw what you did, and it was amazing. It was loosely modeled, of course, after photography gatherings in Europe, but Fred and Wendy made Houston's Fotofest unique and very popular. It was fabulous that so many photographers came to Houston every year. Because I'm a Houstonian, we had many dinners together. And that's what I think that I showed those pictures already. That's the pictures I just, and we talked about Fotofest a lot. I can safely say that Fotofest wouldn't have happened if Wendy and Fred hadn't been the perfect pair to carry it off. Such important work. Wendy and Fred were truly an exceptional team. They covered the visual landscape of North America and the world before their photographic themes were even popular. Their regard for the forgotten pockets of society, both home and abroad, are a huge part of their legacy. And I am very grateful for them, for that.
And we are grateful to you.
Sweetheart, I'm grateful that Fred was my friend and so sad that he is gone. But he will never be forgotten.
Well, we'll keep his legacy alive.
Absolutely, it will be alive. I love you, Wendy. Thank you very much.
And thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Oh, is Johnny Simmons here?
Yes, I believe so.
So an extraordinary thing happened in 2018. And that is that somewhat coincidentally, we were invited to do a film about our work along the old southern frontier of Texas, Grimes County, which we made really a rich focus on Black American life in Texas that really was a mirror for much of the country also, particularly, of course, the South. And so we were asked to do this movie about that. And I had done a lot of television work, but neither Fred and I had much movie experience. So serendipitously, through an African-American filmmaker that I knew here, Carol Blue, who had worked on Eyes on the Prize and other important films, she convinced a quite amazing cinematographer in Los Angeles, who has won a number of Emmys for his work and is also a photographer. She convinced him to be the cinematographer / co-producer on this film. And a most amazing friendship, deep friendship, arose as a result of that. And this is John Simmons from Los Angeles. Johnny?
Hey, Wendy. It's so good to see you, and it makes me want to be with you. I miss you when I hear you talk and see your face. It was really interesting how our relationship began because Carol Blue sent me a copy of Look at the USA, 1957, 1986, Fred and Wendy's book. And she didn't say anything. She just sent me the book because I'm a photographer and she knows I love photography. And after about a few days, she called me up and she asked me, what did I think of the book? And what I saw in the book was I saw images that were taken with the eyes of sincerity, a connection to the people they were photographing. And that's how I like to take my pictures. And she said, would you like to meet these people? I want you to do a film about them. And I was like, man, I'd really love to meet them. So after a while, we talked on the phone and I flew to Houston to meet Fred and Wendy. I had no idea I was going to meet Indiana Jones when I met Fred. And Wendy and Fred together, this panel of people really expresses who they are. This fabric of humanity from all over the world says everything about who these people are, how their work has touched the world, their contribution, the fact that they've never arrived any place, that they're continually at a state of becoming. And Fred and I used to have so much fun. He fell in love with my goldfish, Margot. Margot lived to be 21 years old. And every time I talked to Fred or got an email or a phone call, wanted to know about Margot. I think the last message that I received from Fred just a few weeks ago said something on the end like, I really miss Margot.
It's right.
You know, but both of them are just amazing people to me. And Fred and I, when I walked into their apartment, it was immediately a connection between all of us. And I'm so grateful to Carol Blue to have taken me to these people. And the thing that's so wonderful is that they care so much about everyone. They care so much about making the world a better place, about contributing. And unselfishly, they do this. And the thing that just totally blew my mind too is that hanging out with Fred, we got locked in cars during tornadoes, and as we were trying to make the movie in Grimes County, and everything was always in the spirit of fun. And that's so important, to be able to enjoy life and to have a passion like Fred and Wendy have for life. And I always have to say Fred and Wendy because that's how I see them. That's how I experience them. That's what made the experience so whole. And the fact that everything that we do represents the totality of who we are. And these people have had these wonderful lives that have touched so many people. And I'm just so glad that I was able to be a part of it and to be able to make this film, The Low Turn Row, the story of Grimes County. If you ever have a chance to look at it, please take a look at it. It's a powerful piece. And what I love most is that we did it with no holds barred. Wendy and Fred did not hold back on the things they needed to express. And that's a quality that is so important at these times. And when I think about the humanity of Fred's eye, to be able to show those Ku Klux Klan members and the lives they live with a sincerity that makes you feel the people, you know, no matter what they're doing, you could always feel who they are. And when we were in Grimes County, just the way that Fred and Wendy could relate to everybody and could just connect with people, it's just such an example of people that want to see everyone move forward and do better. And I'm just glad that I had the experience of knowing him. And it seems like we had a very tight relationship. And when I really think about it, it was such a short period of time. I wish that it could have been longer. And I hope so much that I get to see you in the very near future, Wendy. I love you so much.
Well, Johnny, I love you very much. And Fred and I both learned so much from you. I mean, I could tell stories the time that we were filming one of the two African-American women, and she was talking about growing up on the old big plantations and how the plantation manager was one of the biggest plantations in Texas, thousands of acres of cotton, how they treated her. And she got, of course, very emotional, broke down, and nobody knew what to do, really. Nobody knew how to take the next step, get the shooting done. But you, perfect timing. You went up to her, hugged her, and said, I understand. Take your time, but we need to go on. You did it so beautifully. And so I thought, oh my God, somebody who can do that, somebody who can break through those hugely emotional and important racial experiences and do it with the kind of dignity that you did it, and accorded her dignity in the process. It was amazing. So we learned a lot. And, you know, Fred at age 91, I guess, or 90, learned a lot from you.
Oh, I'm so glad.
A lot.
I'm so
And
glad
you always said that. So we have to keep up our friendship.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, we're
And
going.
that experience was truly mutual. It was definitely a mutual experience because I learned so much. I learned so much from the both of you. I'll
Thank
see
you.
you soon, Wendy. As soon as this virus goes away.
Well, definitely we will.
And it's really been a pleasure listening to everyone. It's just really touched me deeply.
Well, and you have been so important in getting, I can't remember the name of the professional organization of cinematographers in Hollywood. You have broken the race barrier there, and you have given so much opportunity to African-American, younger and older cinematographers. So, you know, that's your tradition that we admire a lot as well. And you've never lost your sense of humor. Oh, may Margot rest in peace.
They're probably together now. He said, I finally get to meet you, Margot.
Thank you. Thank you for being part of this.
Yeah, that sense of humor was so important, and that our next speaker really possesses a wonderful sense as well. W.M. Hunt, who many of you know as a collector, but is a curator through his collecting, a writer, so much more having to do with photography, and a great friend that I met through Fred and Wendy. So welcome.
Welcome, Bill.
Hi there. I feel so completely unfunny.
Well, no pressure.
No pressure. So I thought of two Fred stories and a Wendy story. My line about photography is that it changed my life. It gave me one. And the experience of Fotofest, pretty sizable and seminal. And the first Fotofest I went to, I think, was in 1992, in which I literally banged on the doors to be admitted and grudgingly was allowed to look at two portfolios. And after that, then it got a little easier. So one time, one of my favorite portfolio reviews ever was Fred presenting himself to me with the Picasso book, with the material before it was a book. And I said, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm here for my review. And I went like, no. And we had a wonderful 20 minutes. And he was, actually, I was intimidated by it. And then I got over that. And we had a really, really good conversation. And I really loved that project and thought any reservations he had about putting it into the world, I thought, this is astonishing. He's being way, way too fearful about this. This is just a wonderful, wonderful story. So Another Fred story is after I learned how to look at pictures at Fotofest, because you have to look at so many of them and you want to say things. And 2 times I had experiences where I was seeing work that was so moving to me that I started to weep. And the second time was Takeishi Ishikama, who had these great platinums of
beautiful
forests and very pictorialist, romantic, but by a guy. And that's a nice sexist thing. Good, get in there. And I was weeping, and they, of course, were bewildered because the big man was like crying at the pictures and not telling them anything. And they were there, they'd paid all the money. They wanted to hear what I had to say. And there was Fred taking my picture because he thought it was so funny. I guess it was funny. It was actually really, really sweet of him. I think he was the only one in the room who noticed how this was washing over me and how meaningful it was. So the Wendy story. So I like going to Houston. I think it's great. A lot of people have talked about that, and it's all true. It's had a huge impact. So one day the phone rings and it's Wendy. Wendy never calls me, so this is great. Wendy, what are you doing? She says, you want to go to China? And I went like, yeah, that's great. She says, so we're all going to go to China, and you're one of the first people we're calling. And I went like, okay, great, that's great. And then she explains that you fly over, and then it's 4 days of portfolio review, and you fly back. So the next day I call her back and I go like, hey, Wendy, I can't do that. I'm a horse, but that's just ridiculous. So then she calls me back the next day and says, okay, we're going to give you a break after the second day. You can have the third day off. And then I call her back the next day, and something had come up and I couldn't go at all. Thanks for the invitation. I'm sorry I couldn't go, but oh, God, that would have killed me. I love you guys. This is a sad occasion, and the Fotofest thing has been so meaningful to me. My love to you, my love to Stephen, everybody else. Thanks for the invite.
Now, Bill, keep laughing. Thanks for all your support. You've been important not only to Fotofest, but to so many museums around the world, photographers around the world, and just keep going.
Thanks.
And people who look.
Yeah.
Teaching people how to look.
Well, everybody else was, I actually wrote a book during the pandemic.
Oh, that's right.
It was a really, really lovely chapter on Fred and Wendy.
Oh, good.
How I learned to look in Houston. It's about me. It's not really about you.
Well, you know, Yossi Milo had a similar experience, and he's not as generous about mentioning it as you. Yossi Milo came to early Fotofest, not knowing anything about photography. And now he's one of the most successful galleries in New York.
I didn't know we were going down that road, so thanks.
Wow, thank you so much, Bill.
See you
Wonderful.
soon.
Thank you. Yes, I hope so too. Remember, we took a group of collectors to your house.
Yes.
To your apartment.
They took the lighter.
Great. Yeah.
They stole the lighter.
Our
Bring them
next
back.
speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is someone, as all of you are, very important to Fotofest. Longtime supporter, board member, friend to Fred, to Wendy, to myself, and the vice president of the Fotofest board currently, Kenneth Anderson.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, Wendy. My and Andrean's friendship with Fred and Wendy meant and means just so much to us. as all of you know, it was just fun to be around Fred. He had a special ability to put those around him at ease. And Fred and Wendy have this amazing combination of strengths and characteristics that have allowed them to accomplish extraordinary, almost unbelievable things. But I think at the core of all of that, perhaps, is that they are just such incredibly good human beings. And as such, they wanted to make the world better for all other human beings. When I talked with Fred, you know, and they did that through a collective effort worldwide, but they mostly did it through tens of thousands of one-on-one conversations. And whenever I talked with Fred, I always knew that I had his full attention, even in a crowded room. So did every other person with whom he interacted. I just loved hanging out with him. He was so unique and so comfortable with his uniqueness. I loved the crazy, colorful socks he wore. I loved the stories he told. I love how he lived life fully and unapologetically, and how he easily made it clear that I was important to him. He was certainly important to me. I can honestly say that he inspired me to live life more authentically, to be more bold about just being me. You can't see them, but I'm wearing my own crazy, colorful socks today. I think of him every time I do. There are so many little influences that he has had on my life that would likely seem insignificant to you, but that are hugely important to me. Ann and I were fortunate enough to have Fred and Wendy over to our house for dinner just before Thanksgiving. We shared some lovely wine, probably a bit too much, had long and far-ranging conversations with many rabbit trails meandering here, there, and back. And it was a night I'll always treasure. On Thanksgiving Day, Fred and Wendy were with a group of friends in Santa Fe, and I was surprised when my phone rang and the caller ID indicated it was Wendy Watrous. When I answered, it was Fred just calling to wish us happy Thanksgiving and to talk a little bit about some of the fascinating conversations they were having and the amazing group of friends with whom they were celebrating. He promised to share more later. Unfortunately, that was the last conversation I had with him. But it was a kindness I'll always remember. At the aforementioned dinner, our conversation moved to music. And I shared with Fred and Wendy the fact that I have become massively enamored with Billie Eilish. Many of you probably haven't heard of Billie Eilish, but she is the current internationally famous pop teen icon. I'm not normally considered to be one of those who are likely to be a fan of hers. I'm way too old. On occasion, when I've made this confession to others, it was clear that some of them think I'd maybe gone around the bend a bit, but not Fred and Wendy. They insisted that we listen to some of Billie's music. I know we started with Bad Guy and worked our way through much of her current album, and their enthusiasm for her music was surprising, fun, and clearly genuine. One of the songs on her new album is Everybody Dies. I don't remember for sure if we listened to it that night. Kind of think we did, but in any event, I'd like to end my remarks by sharing, with Brandon's help, the last few stanzas of Billie Eilish's Everybody Dies. Brandon? You are not alone. You are not unknown. Wendy, we're all here for you. All of us, everybody on this call. It will be lonely at times, but you will never be alone. And Fred, you could never be unknown. Goodbye, my friend, and rest in peace. I love you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Bill.
Yes, thank you very, very much, Ken.
Ken,
Very
sorry.
good.
No worries.
You moved me out of my own head.
Me too.
That was beautiful, really beautiful.
Very
And
much.
I'm glad you gave us that music to play too.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a great night. We had a
Yes,
lot of
it
fun.
was a great night. Very.
Our next speaker is similarly important to Fotofest and long time friend of Fred and Wendy. Great supporter of all things Fotofest, but all things, arts and culture in Houston. Michael A. Casey. Mike, welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon. Well, listen, good afternoon. I'm Mike Casey. I'm a longstanding Fotofest board member, and I'm actually a second generation board member. My mother, Mary Kay Casey, was previously president of the board. It's an honor to be able to share some thoughts about Fred. My earliest memory of Fred is where you would expect, at an airport, Intercontinental to be specific, a good 20 to 25 years ago. I was living in New York City at the time. My dad and brother came to pick me up. We were at baggage claim waiting on my suitcase, and my dad goes over to talk to this couple who were also waiting on their bags. Of course, that was Fred and Wendy. I had no idea who these people were. That was my first introduction to Fred. He was quite tall, and he was wearing red-rimmed glasses. I know you can't tell at the moment, but I'm 6'3". So when you see someone of equivalent stature up close and they're wearing red-rimmed glasses, you tend to remember it. My dad offered them a ride home. I thought that was quite generous since Fred and Wendy did not appear to have packed lightly on that trip. And my dad was driving a small Honda Civic at the time. Fred, my brother, and I are all well over 6 feet tall. So off we go. Dad and Wendy sitting up front, and my brother and I smushed in the back of a small Honda Civic with Fred. It wasn't quite intimacy, but it wouldn't have taken a very large speed bump for us to be well on the way to our second date. So here I am with these complete strangers driving back into Houston, with Fred doing all of the talking, Wendy interjecting, and the rest of us just listening. And it became readily apparent after about 15 minutes that these people pretty much knew everybody in town. They just returned from some far-flung place, had dinner this week with a bunch of important people, all of whom you would know, and had lots of other things going on. I didn't get any stories of Picasso or Hemingway or about notes from David Rockefeller about wearing the same hat. But these would have easily fit into our conversation. But you could tell that even in our first hour together, this was a man who embraced life and lived it fully. Fred was never destined to be an insurance salesman in a gray flannel suit selling term life insurance on Park Avenue. Life tried to put him in traditional boxes early in his educational career, but that was never meant to be. Not for lack of aptitude or intellect, but really just a lack of interest. Fred did finish a formal education, but he was about life experiences. He wanted to see the world from behind a gun or a scuba mask or the eye of a camera. And he wanted you to see it too. He wanted to share his perspective with you. So maybe you would change how you thought about life or other people, or what you believe to be true or to be possible. Fred was indefatigable. If you really wanted to get to know Fred Baldwin, you needed to travel the world with him. My wife, Katie, and I had the privilege of going to Prague, Paris, Mexico City, Buenos Aires, Dingle, Ireland, and Paris again with him. Wendy would set up fulsome schedules, tours of private collections, museum tours, meetings with artists, a symphony or a play, or a place to dance the tango. If you were with Fred and Wendy, you lived life to its fullest potential. And it didn't end at dinner. No, dinner was just a bit of nourishment, and it soaked up a bit of alcohol, and you were off to the next venue. And around 11 p.m. at night, there was Fred, in his 70s, in his 80s, and even into his 90s, patiently sitting in a chair with his Leica strapped around his neck, wearing a Fotofest t-shirt, and if he was formal, a cravat and one of his bespoke jackets, smiling patiently as Wendy was slowing down from 90 miles an hour to a mere 80, always with an anecdote or an interesting perspective and wanting to know what you thought about the day. Thank you.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's great.
Mike, we shared many wonderful trips with you, and that story about, if I can just take the time and tell it properly, about David Rockefeller. So we were going into the Trust for Mutual Understanding, of course, to talk about money and their foundation that has helped Soviet, then Russian exchange with the United States. It was a beautiful building. They have a great collection of art. So Fred has on his Borsellino hat, and he leaves it at the top of the, oh, he sees another one there as he leaves his. And he sets his card in the hat, and he says, "Your hat looks like it's had a better experience than mine." We go in, we have the meeting, come out, the other hat is gone, but in the hat there is a note that says, "You are a man with good taste." And the card is from David Rockefeller. Is it wonderful? It is. I love that story. Fred could tell it better, but it's a great story. Thank you, Mike. And we have benefited so much from your relation to Fotofest and all you've done for Fotofest, and that of your whole families. It's one of the great families of Houston. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
So, Marta Sanchez Philippe has been one of the most important and long-standing partners, workers, critics of Fotofest. And really since the early 90s, since the big show about Latin America and Europe, in the year of quote, Columbus, and has been a very, very important part of the development of Fotofest, and the director of the portfolio review and meeting place for many, many years. And the 2022 one will be the first time in X number of years that she is not leading the meeting place. Marta.
Thank you, Wendy, for inviting me to participate in this memorial. I met Fred and Wendy 30 years ago when I came to work at Fotofest, first as a volunteer. A few months later, they asked me to become a staff member, a consultant. Fotofest changed my life forever. I mean, I'm 59 years old and it's half of my life has been Fotofest and Fred and Wendy. I want to tell you two stories, memories that I have of Fred that I think to me represent who Fred was. And so the first one, the first story happened in the spring of 1994. Fred, Wendy, and I traveled to Cuba. We were bringing an exhibition of Cuban photography that we had organized here in Houston. And we were going to be showing the exhibition at the Fototeca de La Habana. When we got to the Fototeca, we realized that they did not have all the materials needed to hang the exhibition. So we waited for most of the day. I don't know, 12 hours. I cannot remember how long we waited. We had very little food with us and there was nowhere to buy food nearby. We had a few dates and dry nuts that my mother had given us, and Fred had a few granola bars, and we sat there in the courtyard of this old colonial Cuban house surrounded with tropical plants, and Fred began telling us stories of his life, his childhood, his parents, his children, his time at the Peace Corps. That's the first time I heard the Picasso story. I was like, oh my God, you have to put this in a book. And the time passed and the hours and hours and hours passed. And we forgot that we were hungry and we forgot that we were exhausted because he was mesmerizing with his stories. So that's the first story. The second one happened many years later. It was probably 10 days to a week to the 2016 biennial. And we found out that one of the exhibition venues was not going to be ready for the grand opening. Yeah. It was a devastating blow for the staff. We had been working for so many months, 7 days a week, so many hours every day. And one of our main exhibition venues will not open on time. The mood to me, at least me, that's how I perceived the whole thing it was very black mood and I felt very despondent, like, what is the point of all of this? Stephen tried to rally the troops. It was his first biennial as executive director, but I don't think he was being very successful. So he asked for emergency staff meeting, and we did not want to have a staff meeting 1 week before the biennial. We don't want to waste any more time. But he insisted, and then Fred and Wendy showed up for the meeting. And it was basically Fred who spoke with Wendy supporting him. And he told us the story about how Fred and Wendy decided to begin Fotofest and all the obstacles they faced, the craziness of beginning Fotofest in Houston, of all places. He reminded us that the mission, we were working for a much higher mission, and that it was such an important thing to keep the spirit up. And that, it will open late, but it will open, and it did. It opened a week later. And to me, and I felt, this is my perception, that the mood changed completely. And the next day we rebounded and we were back to, optimistic and working and thinking this is going to happen. And so for the past 30 years of my life, I have been honored and I have been lucky to work with Fred and Wendy and with Fotofest. some of my most important friends. I met them through Fotofest. And Fotofest changed my life forever, and the lives of many other people. Y, querido Fred, estás siempre en mi corazón. Te amo. Y te vamos a extrañar muchísimo. I wanted to show you a few, very quickly, a few photos, because my husband is here sitting with me. And he also loved Fred very much. And he traveled with Fred and Wendy and with us many times also, and he took some photos of Fred. And so we just did a quick slideshow of Fred, and it will be very fast. So.
Nice.
So these are photos that Eddie took in some of our travels in Mexico, Buenos Aires, again, Buenos Aires, and Buenos Aires with Juan traveling.
I think you have to scroll through
Yeah.
them. It's still on the first one for us, Marta.
Oh.
Sometimes that happens.
What am I
There's a
supposed to
lag. Hit the photo on the left-hand side. Maybe double click the one you want to show.
Okay.
Scrolling down.
Yeah, we still see the first.
Well, I'm not sure what am I doing wrong. Okay, sorry.
Well, we can see them. They're just kind of small.
It's a nice picture of Fred, though, the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I'd love to see them sometime.
Okay, well, sorry about that. We practiced yesterday, Eddie and I, but obviously it's not working. But anyway, thank you so much. And yes.
But we'll post them on the Fotofest website.
Yes.
Yes. And just so everyone knows, we had quite an extraordinary, well, we've had many extraordinary trips with Marta, who co-planned most of the trips from Buenos Aires and Prague and Paris and so forth, and did a fantastic job. And then we had a particularly interesting trip with Eddie, whose family comes from Aleppo, and we had been invited to Aleppo to participate in a photo festival that an amazing Armenian man started there. And we had this 3-week trip in Syria. There it is.
It's working.
Yes. Before the terrible civil war. And a trip to Palmyra and to meet the Bedouins in the desert with a former Syrian tank driver. And Eddie was taking pictures the whole time. These are fun.
Yeah, those are great. We're seeing everything now.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to have some of these.
You know, Marta, it was Fred who taught me the importance of taking granola bars on any trip for Fotofest.
There we are. And
and that lesson of perseverance is a very good one that he shared with us in 16.
Oh, there, and the woman on the right, for those of you who are interested in politics, is Sissy Farenthold, who really broke a political barrier for women in her race for the governorship of Texas. And then she was vice president, McCarthy during the primaries of her candidacy.
Those were the pictures, a few pictures.
Very nice
Thank you.
picture, Eddie.
Yeah.
Very, very
Yeah.
nice.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
So Marta, we're gonna miss you on the daily basis with Fotofest,
Yes.
but we have all kinds of special projects in mind.
Yes.
With Steve, too.
You are part of Fotofest is in my blood, is part of me. I'm,
Yeah.
you know, it's never going to end.
Well, many people's lives have been affected by you personally for many years at the meeting place too.
Yeah, and it's mutual.
Yes.
Anyway.
Thank you.
See you soon, Wendy.
Thank you.
Bueno, hasta pronto.
Yeah.
Ciao.
It's Brock.
Well, another person that's kept Fotofest going and communicating with the world, the digital world, is quite a remarkable man in many ways, although he doesn't admit it. James Kobayashi, who Fred particularly loved for his very idiosyncratic, ironic, witty view of the world and his command of telecommunications. Brock.
Okay, wow. Okay, I'm listening to all these stories, and it's apparent to me that I actually didn't realize how fantastic Fred's life was. And when I volunteered to help Fotofest deal with some computer problems, I didn't know who Fred Baldwin was. And I was over there fiddling around with some computer issue, and I saw a picture of a polar bear, and I remarked to this older gentleman in a black Fotofest t-shirt. I said, wow, that's a really cool picture. And he grins and he tells me, I took that picture. And of course I thought, yeah, you're pulling my leg, right? I don't believe you, right? Fred scurries off and he comes back with a National Geographic and shows me that in fact, he is the photographer. So after that, I realized that the things he was starting to tell me were actually true, and I didn't ever doubt it again. Later on, some time later, I noticed there's a little model of a red Mercedes-Benz convertible on a shelf. And Fred was there, and I said, oh, my dad had a Mercedes. He bought it in like 1959, but it wasn't anywhere near as fancy as that. And Fred says, oh, I had one just like this. And Wendy and I traveled around in a travel trailer and took photographs, around the southern United States. And I'm like, what? And he shows me these photographs. They're amazing. He tells me he spent years, they spent years traveling around collecting all these photographs and whatnot. And I thought, how on earth did this guy get to do this in his 40s when he really should have been working like the rest of us, right? So it was a fantastic collection of work, and I was deeply impressed. The last story I have to tell has to do with Fred's hero quality. So I was going over to their house to help them get their home internet sorted. It was that time in history. And I noticed that he had a Purple Heart veteran license plate. So when he answered the door, I said, did you get shot or blown up? And he told me, well, both. And then he got very serious, and he started to tell me stories, horrible stories about the Korean War. And after a bit of time, he looks at me and he says, my wounds were very minor compared to many. And I was very fortunate to have survived because many of us didn't. And man, that really hit me, okay? And I don't know if that was the reason why he embarked on the next 70 years of adventures and photography and whatnot, but I'm really glad he survived and contributed all these amazing things that I now, up until today, I only glimpsed a fraction of to the world, and had a just really such a shockingly great contribution to the, our world as it is. Thanks.
Oh, Brock, Fred it cheered him up every time he came to the house. And he would become very morose when you had other work to do. And
I think we ought to get that camera back from that Ukrainian oligarch.
well, it's probably worth 150,000 at this time, at this point in time. But that Mercedes, that green Mercedes, that was such an ignominious thing to ask a car like that. I mean, those were handmade cars. Mercedes only made about 250 of those cars every year, that cabriolet. And so there was this magnificent ode to craftsmanship pulling this $800 cheap trailer. 13 feet. Wow. So, but it worked, and we were able to live on $3 a day for about 2 years. So, but thank you very much for everything you've done for us and for Fotofest.
Yes.
Yes. And Fred will definitely miss you.
I want to miss that grin.
I know. He would say when you were coming over, he would say, Wendy, do we have a good bottle of red wine to get Brock or a good bottle of vodka? Yeah. Anyway, many, many thanks. Ingo Gunter, who is going to speak next, is quite an extraordinary artist that we met actually somewhat by accident when we went up to Nathan Lyons had done an important event, festival on how photography was changing and how it was morphing into the digital and video world. And Peter Weibel, we were about to do a biennial that was somewhat similar to that. And Peter Weibel said, who had quite an important institution in southern Germany, said, you should meet Ingo Gunter. So we have been showing Ingo's extraordinary globes of the world and the state of the world ever since then. Twice, very big, and Copenhagen. Remember, it went to when Copenhagen was the city of culture for Europe.
Yeah, and they eventually also went to Dartmouth just a few years ago.
That's
also
right.
The last biennial.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you so much for me being part of this. And honestly, I was just thinking I would listen in and just absorb a little bit of the reflection of the wonderful things that came back through his life and that I would listen to. So I didn't really prepare much to add to that. Plus, I don't really have much to add. The only thing that I can, or that I feel like reiterating, is that that Fred had, and also somehow still has, the ability to throw shine. And of course, as many said, it's always Fred and Wendy and Fred. They all illuminate everything in their presence. And that, I think, is also true for today. So, and I have to say, they're my favorite couple on earth. Still are, will always be, I think.
That's nice.
And so in the spirit of Rumi, that great Sufi poet and philosopher who found that his dead friend, his dead best friend, was actually still very much alive in his memories. I feel I can just take the liberty and declare Fred to be immortal. Just that simple.
I think that's good. Many people have said they thought he was indestructible.
Yeah, that spirit and that sense of what he embodied and what he still is embodying.
Yeah.
That's still there. So in the future, I think, no doubt, when cloning becomes really online, you'll be the first in line to be cloned. And nobody's okay with the second of many iterations of Fred. So
we don't want to follow sheep Ingo.
No, you'll always be very unique. But so,
We've had many long philosophical discussions with you as one of the real pioneers of the digital world and the use of the computer and the internet. And Fred, every time he went to New York, we would try to have dinner with you. Thank you.
Which I remember so well. I'm so grateful for. Thank you.
I remember, Ingo, that your work especially was very central to Fred's thinking around the 2016 biennial changing circumstances, and Wendy's, but he would speak about it a lot. So it was a pleasure to get to know you through that project.
It really took sort of a leap from a photographer to understand that the sculptures that I did had nothing to do with photography were actually an extension of photography and what he thought photography could do and should do. So
they were beautiful and deep, and children also, of course, loved them as they were lit from the inside. It was spectacular in a dark room.
Yeah.
Yep. Next, Antoine Vien, who we had worked with in, I think, the 90s when he was the French cultural attaché in New York for the US. And Fred and I, not only, Antoine, are you graceful, a class act, but you're very sensitive and open to ideas. And it has been wonderful working with you. And now you're a writer.
Yes. Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
Hi, it's so good to see you. Yeah, and I love I must say, I love the warm simplicity of this event and everybody telling their story. It's so much in your image and in Fred's image. Yeah, it's been a long time. We started working together probably in 99 or 2000. I think it was Christine Moser, who was a cultural attaché in Houston, who brought me to you, and she was like, "You're going to like these guys," and
we did.
Obviously, I did. Yeah, it was quite amazing. Is my computer doing something?
No, I think we might have run out of recording room, so we probably where we're saving the file.
Okay. But so yeah, I mean, like everybody, I went to Fotofest and I discovered what was going on, and it was quite amazing. It looked so different from any other biennial that I had seen, and it was so committed to not only art and photography, but to photographers and to everybody that was sharing it and to the public, and that was really quite amazing. So we went on to working together after I left the embassy. I joined a PR firm and we brought some journalists, and it was always a pleasure to bring journalists to interview Fred and to interview you, obviously, together. But he had such a towering presence, and this ability to link and to tell stories, as everybody was saying. So this was always an amazing experience. And then on, I mean, I moved on to other things after this. I started writing full time, and I published some books. And from time to time, I would hear from Fred. I mean, he would send a quick email and he would ask me about my books or what I had published. And one of the things also that I remember was that in 2015, when there was the attacks in Paris, the terrorist attacks on Charlie Hebdo, he emailed me right away and he was like, "I'm thinking of you and I'm thinking of everybody in France." And we started this conversation, about what that meant, what had happened. He was very concerned. He was concerned about Europe. He was concerned about the world, but he was also concerned about, the Muslim community. And I think it was very much in his image, this constant, he felt deeply, whatever was happening in the world, and he cared about people. And that's where we met. As I often met his mind and his understanding of the world as a writer, this interest in people, this simple thing that brings us together, and trying to always dig deeper and find stories. And I think that, this is really what I take from having met him and having worked with you guys, and to I mean, I look forward to continuing the conversation and to keeping all these memories with me.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we would talk about those world issues. Actually, even in bed, we would be talking about too. And when we were in Grimes County, and sort of in the heart of small town, small rural racist Texas, in the trailer at night. I mean, this is at the beginning of our relationship. We would read aloud to each other Barbara Tuchman's Stillwell in China, which is one of the great books about China, actually. And Stillwell was there after part of World War II and afterwards, and understood military warfare, and he understood the Chinese. And so there we were in this back pasture on a black farm, reading Stillwell in China to each other.
I love that.
Yeah, this is
amazing.
Well, I hope to see you in New York sometime soon.
New York or anywhere.
Thank you. Yes, or anywhere. Thank you, Antoine.
Thanks, Wendy.
Joaquin Paiva, are you going to read?
I will read. Do you want to say a couple of words about him?
Yes.
And I'll read the letter.
So Joaquin is a lover of photography. He has been an officer in the Brazilian Cultural Ministry and representative for 4 countries in Europe, also the United States and other Latin American countries, for over 30 years. I think he's now retired. And he has built quite an extraordinary collection of photography, and is at every portfolio review that he thinks is serious and positive. And he's a lovely man who lives in Rio.
Okay, and here's his letter. Fred and Wendy were invited in the mid-1980s to go to the Festival Rencontre d'Arles in the south of France, which inspired them to create, in their home country of the United States, the best portfolio review of all the photography festivals then in existence. Fred and Wendy introduced me to Fotofest Houston, where I have been reviewing portfolios since 2000. My photographic collection has been greatly enriched since I started frequenting the festival, where I have so far acquired 270 photographs by 103 photographers and artists. I have since donated almost all of these photographs to the Museum of Modern Art of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I owe this opportunity to Fred and Wendy, who I first met in Brazil in the late 1990s on one of their trips outside the US-Europe circuit. Since 2011, Fred has taken part in 8 and Wendy in 10 editions of Fest Foto Poa, the photography festival held in Porto Alegre, southern Brazil, and organized by Carlos Carvalho and Sonaro Sandri. As a result, a number of Brazilian photographers have been invited to take part in the International Meeting Place Portfolio Review in Houston and in internships in the run-up to different editions of the festival. Fred Baldwin made a great contribution to the advancement and popularity of photography around the world, and he will be greatly missed. My sincerest condolences to my friend Wendy Watrous and to all of Fotofest.
So Stephen, you're continuing the tradition, going to Porto Alegre and participating in the portfolio review and keeping up our Brazilian connections. And
I am very much, and I'll be, I think their next review will be virtual, but I'll be a part of that too. And our associate curator, Max Fields, is going to participate in that also. So we're in, deepening the new connections.
Yes, great.
Our next speaker is Jae-Hoon Suk, who is a co-founder of the Daegu Photography Biennial, a strong proponent of Korean photography, the founder and proprietor or director of Lumos Art Space in Daegu, and is a curator of Korean photography worldwide. And in fact, he's in Brussels right now, having participated in organizing some exhibitions there. So thank you so much, Jay, for joining us.
Well, thank you so much for bringing me here to participate in this such grateful memorial service. And I'm very touched by what others talk about Fred today, and honored to be here to share my memory of Fred. You know, today we are gathered here in remembrance of our dear friend Fred. First of all, I would like to expand my heart to the Wendy waitress, who has been Fred's beloved one for life. My prayers are that you will be comfort with God's peace and continual health to be over you. I believe Fred has made a huge impact on the many photographers worldwide, and I'm certainly one among many. In 2006, when I organized and participated as a curator in Daegu Photo Biennale with a team, I have always thought highly of co-founders of Fotofest, Fred and Wendy, as they have been a role model to me as a curator. Their presence made such an impact in helping me grow and learn to further develop my career. It wasn't until 2008 I first had the privilege of meeting Fred and Wendy in person during the second edition of the Daegu Photo Biennale. The two were invited by the artist Cuban to Korea as one of the foreign reviewers, and provided much feedback and insight to help Daegu Photo Biennale to develop. They committed in pouring out unending encouragement and support to newly emerging artists and photographers in Korea. They have been a pivotal role in giving courage and guiding the artist in discovering their gifts and talents. Fast forward to 2014, when I was curating the exhibition for Daegu Photo Biennale, Woman in War. Fred and Wendy were tremendous influence to me that day, as they highlighted and opened the door for me internationally. They provided feedback and praised that was thoughtful and meaningful. Really, no one could have expressed the support and insightful word the way that they had offered to me that day. It left such an imprint and positive challenge for me as a curator. Specifically, the word of wisdom that I received that day was, in today's ongoing society, struggle and conflict, our duty as a photographer is found in simply presenting a well-structured exhibition that aligns with this era's issue and directing the viewers to come in agreement to better enhance the art and purpose behind the photographs. It impressed upon my heart, and I will never forget how impactful those words for me that day. For that, I'm forever thankful to you both. And as you heard from what Wendy said today, a quite surprising fact about Fred is that he actually came to my country, Korea, before I was even born. He was a Korean war veteran and shared all the hardship that Korea went through during the time he was there, as well as all the transition the Korea history overcame. He had such deep love and affection toward Korea and knew more than anyone I knew about the deeply rooted culture of Korea. To many Korean young photographers, he offered a warming kindness, encouragement, and never ceased his support for Korea. Fred and Wendy opened it up many doors for photographers and artists. Because of courage and wisdom, they imparted generously. Many Korean photographers hold such gratitude toward their impact and fondness because of who they are. I will always remember the Fred who gave us courage and step into the unknown and discover our gift and move forward to better future. Fred, you will always have a special place in our heart, and you will be missed dearly. Many thank you.
Wow, thank you, Jay.
That's beautiful, and rest assured that with Stephen and certainly my presence also, that our connection with Korea will go on, and I think you have among the most talented photographers in the world, and there's a kind of delicacy in much of the work and depth that's very unusual. Thank you, and good
I
luck.
love you.
I know you
We
have
love you.
many projects going, and with Stephen too.
And that, you know, I think that connection you have with Fred, you're both photographers, but you're both builders of organizations and support for photography. And I know you connected on that.
Yeah, very much so on both
that.
both spheres. Yeah.
Yeah, we will continue what we have to do for the photography.
That's right. And we will. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Wendy, Les Wells was here, and I know we were thinking of her making some remarks, but I don't know that she's in the meeting any longer.
Oh.
And so I think we go to
Anik.
Anik.
Yes. So I'm very happy to introduce a woman that probably many people in the audience know because of her long work with Fotofest, and she's on my left of the picture on the screen now. Anik the cook, who has worked not only for years with Fotofest, all the logistics, the managing of the installations, connections with artists have been in Anik's purview. And she has also come on special missions that Fred and I had in Charleroi, in China, and in Paris. So I am very happy to ask Anik to come and say a few words about her experience and her continuing experience with Fotofest.
Oh, so hello, Wendy. I guess I'm going to remove my headphone because otherwise I have difficulty to hear myself. I was not sure actually if I will be able to talk so without crying. So it's why I didn't want people to see myself.
Oh, okay.
And because today, I guess, is a special day for Fred.
Yes, it is.
So I wanted to say happy birthday, Fred.
If you would.
So I hope this time you won't be. So I wanted to do a joke. So I hope this time, Fred, you won't need to wait in a car to meet with Picasso, because now you're close to him. And so Fred was a very fun and loving and caring person. I remember the long night doing installation with you, Wendy, and Jennifer. He was always coming to check on us and also cheering us.
Yeah.
Which today I will need to be here, I guess.
Cheering us on, remember.
And he always called you also to see if everything was going well and waiting for us. I remember also him waiting on the sofa in Vine Street when we come back like around 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
To see that everything was going well France, and if we were like safe coming back.
Yeah, that's right. That famous sofa in Vine Street.
And I think both of you really changed my life, the way I see the world now. And your friendship really count a lot for me. And you are like part of my family. We did like a countless dinner in my home with those artists and other people. We travel a lot together also.
Yes, we did.
Like I have several countries like China, Belgium, Germany, Abu Dhabi, France, Brazil.
And Brazil,
yes, I will never forget, I guess, our vacation together in Brazil. The long evening on the fireplace, drinking wine and eating cheese and talking about story with you, Fred, Fabio, Renata.
Yeah,
it was a really good time.
Trip. Yeah, it really was. Well,
so a part of friend will be always with me. And I just want to say something. See you, Fred, and say hello to the other guys. The one that was born 1 month before you. Because he always said his birthday was 1 month after the other guys. So I just wanted to finish for this, in a funny note, I guess.
Yes, that's a good note. Well, he would have been 93.
Yes, today is would have been his birthday.
Yeah. And so many artists have had such a wonderful time at your house with your extraordinary cooking and generous hospitality, staying at your house and those wonderful dinners where 10 or 12 people would get together. They were fantastic. You've been so important to Fotofest and continue to be.
Really a connective tissue, and thank you so much, Anik, and that's very moving words.
Yes.
And a wonderful picture from Vine Street. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't want to cry, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Several people have cried along the way today, and I've been tears in my eyes several times.
Me too. Marianne brought me some tissues. So
I remember also Fred talking Chinese, right? He always to talk Chinese in China.
He was so funny when people would call, spam calls, and he would get on the phone, put it on his Chinese accent.
Incorrigible.
Very quickly. Yeah. And also, if Marianne is there, please give her our very best. For those of you who don't know Marianne Stavenhagen is our office manager and probably one of the people, along with Anik, who now knows more about Fotofest than many of us.
Yes, she's watching. She's watching and listening.
I want to particularly thank her, and she was very, very helpful to Fred, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years when he said his memory was going, but Marianne would remember.
His last visit here was for Marianne to help him with something on the computer. I remember it very vividly. So,
yeah. So thank you, Marianne.
Yes.
And I think our last speaker here.
We have one more.
Yeah.
2 more. Masood Haq is next.
Oh, Masood. Good. Okay.
And Masood is another member of the Fotofest family, also a board member of the executive committee, treasurer now, and a photographer as well. Masood has so many hats, I can't even begin to describe them all, but
incredible cook.
Incredible thinker. And thank you, Masood. Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Wendy. It's great to be here. Amazing to hear all the stories for the last few years, and it's very riveting. I'm feeling sad on one hand, but also optimistic. But I want to go back to some of the themes we've talked about around the storytelling, around the sense of humor, and also the stories about Korea. The first time I met Fred, I knew who he was, but I hadn't met him yet, and and we were at this gathering, and I was having some. Sorry about that.
It was bound to happen to someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's it.
Okay. Sorry about that. So, and you know, I get some snacks, and I'm sitting down, and Fred has a plate full of food, and he comes and sits right next to me and starts chatting and introduces himself. And as we start to get to know each other, and I also introduced him to my wife Janice, who's got Korean parents. So he starts telling me about the stories of Korea. And what was interesting, you know, Wendy, when you brought up the story about the you know, being carried on the bodies in the truck, that's the very first story that I actually heard from Fred.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you know, one other, I mean, this sense of humor, there's one other story I'll share. So we were at a dinner in Paris with Fred and Wendy and me and my brother, and he.
Oh, yeah.
You remember this one? So, you know, he's you know, telling us a story, you know, about this friend. So I'm not going to go into the story itself, but at the end of it, he says, well, I'm going to see him soon. And Wendy has this puzzled look and looks at Fred and says, Fred, he's been dead for some time. And Fred looks at Wendy and says, I know. And so anyway, so there's this moment of awkward silence, and then all four of us burst out laughing. And that was that was the nature of his sense of humor.
Yeah.
And my last bit, which is you know, why I'm feeling optimistic about the future, is you know, there's this idea of Fred having a vision, Fred and Wendy both having this vision of not just what they've done to date, but what the future holds. And you know, one of the things I remember is an aspect of Fotofest which is not talked about as much, which is LTP. So learning through photography that we do with schools and teachers. And so we're at this exhibit where the LTP teachers and children are presenting. And in the middle of the presentation, you know, Fred and Wendy are sitting in the front row. I'm right behind Fred. And he turns to me and he says, you know, what is it going to take to get 1 million kids into this kind of a program, right? And just to think of that scale and where his head was going was obviously, you know, I mean, he was not expecting an immediate answer, but the fact that he's thinking, you know, forward into the future was inspiring. So why I'm feeling optimistic is being part of the Fotofest organization, trying to carry this vision forward and actually continuing to realize it is exciting. So that's it.
Wow.
Thank you. Well, that
Thank
kind
you
of
so much.
that kind of thinking is essential. And thank you for mentioning the Learning Through Photography program, which has been very, very, very important to Fotofest.
Yes.
And in a sense, in terms of the immediate community of need in Houston, one of the most direct things that Fotofest does to help deal with the question of inequity in education. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I understood you have contributed enormously to the board. And
thank you.
Yes, we have loved working with you, and we loved that dinner in Paris with you and Rachette.
I think one of the great things about literacy through photography is it teaches one of Fred's great life lessons, which is to imagine as much as you can for yourself,
right,
and to take action to make that happen. And it helps the students that are part of the program think about life in that way. And yeah, I think it's really important and essential.
Yes, that sense of possibility, but also that understanding of family and community.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
then hope. Yeah, that's true.
Family, community, dreams, and home, the 4 themes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you. And it's my pleasure to introduce the immediate outgoing president of the Fotofest board, who really understood the values of Fotofest and our mission when we created an organization that was not only photography, which of course was what we knew the best, but to use that as a tool for enriching and hopefully improving the society in which we lived. And it's my pleasure to introduce Greg Spear.
Thanks, Wendy. And thank you both for hosting this event, which has just been unbelievable. Compared to many of you, my friendship with Wendy and Fred is relatively new at only 17 years. But as a Houstonian and photography enthusiast, I've admired them from afar for probably 30 years. As I reflect on my life, there are certain events or milestones that designate the beginning of a new chapter in life. When I graduated high school and went off to college, when I began my career, and of course, when I married and had children. I can honestly say that another chapter began when I met Wendy and Fred and became involved with Fotofest. Like me, I know this organization has had a profound effect on so many of you, and it is difficult to separate the organization from its founders because it reflects not only their core values, but I believe also acts as a recipe for how to live one's life. And boy, did Fred Baldwin know how to live. He consumed life like nobody I have ever known and likely will ever know again. Being in his presence was so inspiring. I could never get enough of his stories and hung on to every word, even if I had heard the story multiple times before, which was usually the case.
That's true.
I think what impressed me most about Fred was his humanity. He was kind, empathetic, incredibly charming, intellectually curious, and a doer. A mantra of Fred's that will always stick with me and is part of the recipe for life is to have a dream, use your imagination, overcome your fear, and act. Fred's actions throughout his life are a testament to his humanity, from serving in the Peace Corps to actively participating in the civil rights movement to creating Fotofest, just to name a few. For me, this organization that Wendy and Fred built is so much more than a biennial festival for photography. It's truly a venue that primarily through photography raises awareness of social issues, promotes cultural exchange and a thirst for knowledge. It challenges people to question the status quo and to think for themselves, and to even become actively involved in making a difference in the world. To put it succinctly, it encourages one to become a better human being. I'm happy that I was able to express these sentiments to Fred when he was alive. However, if he were here today, I would share the rest of the story. Because of the influence he has had in stoking my passions for living life in a meaningful and enriching manner, I have been able to pass along these passions to my children, and I suspect they will pass them on to theirs. So thank you, Fred. Your memory is a blessing to us all.
Wow, thank you very, very much, Greg. You understood him, and you understood very well, or understand why we created Fotofest and why we helped develop it in the way that we did, and it will carry on. And much of it thanks to your leadership. Thank you.
Yes. Well, Wendy, that's the end of our speaker list. Although I see, I know we're gonna say some remarks and then open it up. I see so many people that I know were great friends to Fred in the audience as well. So, but no,
well, I just want to not only deeply thank everyone that's here listening and speaking, particularly my very long standing friends and fellow builders and creators in the world from all over the world, and to assure you that Fotofest has a strong future. We have started with as an important bequest, a fund for the future that will not only help Fotofest sustainability, which has always been a problem, not just for us, but all kinds of festivals that are started independently and very often, mostly perhaps, by artists who don't necessarily have deep pockets themselves. So Fotofest has taken the step to build for its future a fund going forward. And we will continue to go forward, and we will continue with Fred's legacy. We will let you know more about the fund for the future. And there have been a number of inquiries to us about how people can contribute to Fred's memory. And Stephen and I have talked about it, and we will send an email out about the fund for the future, and those of you who are interested in supporting that. But the legacy of Fred is just a step into the future, and we will continue what all of you have been talking about, and hopefully even more so. So thank you very much.
And I'd like to repeat those thanks to everybody who spoke and everybody who's been here. And I am excited about the future for Fotofest and inspired by the enduring vision of Fred and Wendy and all the partners, all the artists that have come, the curators and historians and editors and everyone else that has participated, and the staff that has really given it life. It's meant so much to me. I also wanted to thank Brandon Harris and Max Fields and Marianne Stavenhagen, who've been working behind the scenes to help make this event a success. It's the biggest Zoom program we've ever done. So I can't thank them enough. And thank you, Wendy, for everything that you and Fred have imparted upon me, and the great honor you've given me to work at Fotofest and to help sustain this vision.
Well, I have been, there have been tears several times streaming down, not streaming, but in my face and streaming halfway down by all the wonderful things people have said about Fred and about Fotofest and what we've accomplished so far. So that's a gift to us
yes,
in itself. It really strengthens the resolve to go forward and to live through this well and creatively.
Couldn't say it any better. Well, shall we open it up if anyone wants to say anything? Don't be shy, but also let's try not to step on one another. Brandon, can you, or I guess everyone can unmute themselves if they'd like to say something, right? That they have that capability? Okay. So if anyone wanted to add anything, I saw a lot of people in the audience that I know knew Fred personally and worked with him. We'd welcome anything you want to say, anything you'd like to add.
I have another hat story.
let's see, Carlos, unmute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The host would like me to unmute, sorry.
Oh no, Laura.
Oh, I would be happy to say something. Oh, okay.
Stephen, George Vershball is here.
Oh yes, George. Please.
Go.
Can we put George on the, excuse me a minute.
Can we spotlight George? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So George Vershball is one of that pioneering generation with whom we worked at the very beginning of Fotofest.
Terrible moment, but nice moment. I was very pleased with the first part of your presentation with all those pictures of Fred and your comments. We would like, we have been deeply moved by the disease of Fred. We would like our friends to be eternal, of course. Our common friendship began a long time ago, 1983, almost 40 years, thanks to our International Meeting of Photography to permit this meeting. We have been there, my wife Jeanne and myself, like each year, and to look at the exhibition and moreover to meet people, mainly photographers, to discover their work in preparation of our big project, our own project, to create a museum of photography in Charleroi. I was just looking at portfolios one after another, and Jeanne, my wife, ran towards me, George, you should come as soon as possible. I met a couple of American photographers and their work is really great. And indeed, I discovered then Frederick, Baldwin, and Wendy Watrice and their great documentary project on Texas, and Fred Baldwin, previous ones on Martin Luther King and civil rights struggle, and the Wendy Watrice Orange Agent related to Vietnam, of course. We discovered then that we had the same engagement on social matters. And this is a great thing for us. Jeanne and me became your great friends.
Ah, okay. Yes. It's wonderful. Jen, nice to see you. I can barely see you, but.
And I was very happy to Martha Philippe, who I frequently saw when you invited me to come to Fotofest in '86 for the first time.
The very first Fotofest.
Yes, yes, until 2000. And in this Fotofest, I discovered so many photographers, interesting photographers. I had the opportunity, I am very glad for that, to exhibit them, many of them in the Museum of Photography in Charleroi. So we had the chance, Fred and Wendy, to meet you when we were almost young.
Right.
Realize our project, your Fotofest, and our Museum of Photography.
That's true. We did it very simultaneously. And our friend Jen, move over a little so I can see you. Move to, there she is.
Hi, Wendy.
Anyway,
can you hear me?
Wonderful.
Wendy. Can you hear me? This is Karen.
Yes, wait a minute, Karen. We'll just, because I wanted to say how much our friendship with George and Jeanne had meant to us. And I remember our wonderful last lunch after, I guess it was 2009, after the exhibit, our exhibit at that beautiful museum you created, the two of you. the Musée de la Photographie in Charleroi.
You exhibited there, and a lot of your pictures are in the permanent collection, and we are very proud of that.
Yes, thank you. I love both of you. Je vous t'aime, hein? Bonne chance, on sera en contact.
So
Oui.
what we'd like,
Au revoir.
thank you so much. What we'd like to do is ask people to raise their hands if they'd like to speak. That will make it easier for the for Brandon, who's helping to run the meeting. And so if you look on your lower Zoom bar where it says reactions, it's got a smiley face with a plus symbol. If you click on that, you'll see raise hand, and we will see that, and then we will be able to ask everyone to go in turn so that we won't be talking over one another. And why don't we go to Carlos Carvalho. I know you've had your hand up since for quite a while, and if you could unmute, yeah, and then we'll continue to go through everyone that's raised their hand.
Hello.
Hi, Carlos.
Wendy. Long time we didn't see each other.
I know.
I just want to say how much we miss you all. Sinara is not here, but we want to say that. You know, how was important for us to both you and Fred, and that was a turning point for our festival. And many of the faces that I recognize here, and we know that was because of Fotofest, and we are missing a lot to meet again, you know, face to face.
Yes.
But receive our love here, and thanks for everything. And long time I don't see you, so I want to say hi.
Well, Carlos, you've created a really marvelous festival, you and Sinana have. And it's such a pleasure to keep in touch and keep participating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos.
Obrigado.
I think, how about Wendy Lours?
Oh, Wendy.
If you could unmute,
You.
Mrs. Lours.
Oh, nice. I can't hear you.
Yes, she needs to unmute.
Unmute.
There you go.
All right. The phone was ringing, of course, right in the middle of it. I am, as many of you are, of course, in awe of Wendy and Fred and what they've done. And Wendy and I have known each other since the early 60s in Spain.
Right. Yes.
And I'm not going to go through it all because the important part of this is that we have seen and coincided with Wendy and Fred in so many momentous occasions. In Prague, at the inaugural dinner we gave for Václav Havel, and with photographs that Fred took at that night have been published by us and everybody else and are part of the archives of the Václav Havel Library Foundation. In Moscow, as Evgeny and Irina were talking about, and those crazy days in Moscow. In Houston, where we were exposed to the first Fotofest, and Fred and Wendy were taking us around, and we had absolutely no idea that these pals of ours who we'd seen in river trips and all over the world had established something as extraordinary as Fotofest. I mean, it is, Bill and I have learned so much from what we've been exposed to by them. Fred, as many of these people have said, of course, used to tell many tales. And Bill Jewell was the person, I think, who really captured what Fred's stories were all about. And we thought that this book that he was writing, and he'd wander around our table in Connecticut and start telling us stories that were going to be in the book. And we thought this will never, ever happen. And of course, it did happen, and it happened with such success. And we gave a massive book party for him. And everybody was charmed, and everybody bought a book. And then I understand it was much, much more successful at the Menil. So what you all have said, and obviously so many of you are professional colleagues as well as friends of Wendy and Fred. Fred enriched our lives in ways that Bill and I will never be able to express. And Wendy, I'm so happy I'm your friend.
We're still, my dear, we're still working together.
Right.
Because Wendy and her husband, Bill, created the nonprofit and the foundation that is now sort of governing the initiative in Cuba.
Right.
They have been, both of them, active in human rights works for probably over 60 years at least. Yes.
Exactly.
So I feel our friendship is not only personal, but it's in some ways universal in terms of what we've done together. So I'm glad
Exactly.
you're here. Yes.
Love to you.
Love, thank you.
Thank you.
Love to Bill too.
I will.
Thank you very much.
Lolly Cantor's had her hand raised for quite a while. Lolly.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Lolly.
Hi, so glad I got to have a little chance to say a few words to you.
Thank you.
My condolences, and I've been thinking about you since I heard the news. And you know, the last time I saw both of you was at Photos Do Not Bend when Fred gave his presentation on the Korean War, and I had no idea about this whole part of your lives and his life. And also thank you, the same. Fotofest enriched my life and me as a photographer very much. And thank you. And I'm gonna keep in touch with you and support.
No, please do. I like your work very much. And
thank you. And I'm not far. I'm only 4 hours. I make it in 4 hours to Houston, 4 and a little bit.
Yeah. So, back again.
Anyways, yes. Sending lots of love to you.
Yes.
Thank you, Lolly.
Thanks.
Christopher Rauschenberg, I see your hand.
Yes. Yeah, I'll be kind of quick, although it's hard to be quick when there's so much to say, but I went to the second Fotofest. I missed the first one. In '88, I remember the reviewers were sitting at our tables, and the photographer would finish showing their work to somebody and then come over and say, "Oh, are you free?" You know. And then in the middle of that '88 session, the National SBE conference was there, and from that point on, it was the way it has continued. And I've missed since then only one session of Fotofest, because if Fotofest is going on, I don't want to be anywhere else. And we have made shows from literally at least 200 photographers that we met at Fotofest. I have an ongoing struggle, not struggle really, but kind of make a push with our various executive directors at Blue Sky, who say, "Why are we doing 22 shows a year? It's crazy, you know." And I say, well, if you were at Fotofest and you saw how many great photographers are there, you would do that many shows, you know, you wouldn't question it, you know. And how much it means to people, and the connections that people make there, the photographer to photographer connections, the reviewer to viewer connections, viewer to photographer connections, obviously. But also, we haven't really talked about the amazing curating for the shows at Fotofest. I mean, you would just take it for granted that when you go to Fotofest, you're going to suddenly be introduced to one of the greatest photographers in the world who you never heard of before. And not only that, but all the curators in the world are going to be put on buses and shown these amazing photographers. Yeah. I mean, I remember when the bus arrived at Pentti Samalati's show, Finn Trane, I think, was the only curator who'd even heard of him. And everybody's stomachs were rumbling on the way in, and nobody would leave when there was time for the bus to take them to dinner, because the show was so amazing.
Yeah.
And you would just know that you guys were gonna introduce us to, whether it was Luis Gonzalez Palma, whoever it was, some great photographer that we never heard of. And I mean, normally for a curator to do that once in a career is amazing. to do it on schedule every 2 years is unprecedented. And it's such a great gift. And Fotofest is certainly, I would say, the most important thing that's happened in photography. The effect that Fred and Wendy have had on the world of photography is unparalleled. And you know, the fact that you invented the meeting place just from scratch, and it's absolutely perfect. I mean, to invent something world changing and to get it right the first time is very rare. And it's been a great gift, and it's been such an important part of my life. And I thank you. And I'm going to miss Fred, and I'm going to give you a hug when we get down there.
Those are wonderful words, Chris, and very welcome, because I don't think anybody knows Fotofest as well as you do, actually, and has done as many reviews. Also, I haven't yet thanked you personally for the print.
Oh, my pleasure.
But we will communicate about that.
No problem.
Wow, thank you,
Your presence
Chris.
at Fotofest has been extremely important for many, many artists.
Yes.
Well, and it's been really important for the gallery. I mean, the number of great artists that we've been able to show that we would have never heard of otherwise.
Well, the number of artists that, you know, one thing that is important facet of the meeting place is that we invite people that can actually do something tangible for artists, and you really have done that, Chris.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean, I look at the inspiration that I have here. Talk about doing tangible things for photographers. You know, we got to step up to the plate. You're setting the bar pretty high.
Well, you certainly do. And you've been very successful also with your own work. So you are a builder and a creator, like many of the people who have been very important in the trajectory of photography in the world. Actually, very much. Thank you. And best to Janet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're getting a tree trimmed in our backyard, so she's not here at the moment. She was here earlier, but
saving trees.
yeah.
It's just as important as what we're doing.
This one had some a decade or two overdue work that needed to happen to it.
Okay.
Karine von Roek is here.
Karine,
Hi.
how are you? I
want
to do a phone call.
I was trying to call you several times.
I know, no, and I will.
I want to take the opportunity to say hello, and I'm very glad that I could be participating at this memorial. I really admire what you and Fred did. You know, it's really something outstanding.
Thank you.
And I'm sitting in the room where not so long ago, we were preparing the biennial.
Yeah. Yes.
And I shall give you the condolences of Aisha.
Please.
Because I told her, because she remembered very well Fred sitting in the kitchen. In the kitchen writing his autobiography.
That's right.
And she did not allow him to stay over lunch. So.
She was wonderful.
She chased him away.
She was such a determined Kurd, and was, you know, I'm very sympathetic with the Kurds, as you are.
Yes, she was.
But Karine, for all of you who may not have met her before, she is one of the preeminent experts on Islamic, Arabic, and Iranian art. And we met, and there was very good chemistry, and we talked about photography in the Middle East and how little it's known, although there are some very famous practitioners. And so together, we curated the 2014 biennial of Arab art, predominantly work from the Middle East and those who were living in Europe. And it was very, very successful biennial.
Yes, and it was a very nice work we had, and all the travels we did to Saudi Arabia, and I never forget Dubai, and Abu
Yes,
Dhabi,
right.
everywhere we have been with Fred, you know.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Oh,
That
the
was,
show looked beautiful at Abu Dhabi. And the
Yeah,
yeah,
that was
that
wonderful.
was a
Yes.
wonderful time together.
yes, yeah. It was a very, very good experience. And
Yes.
Fred really used your wonderful house in Bonn as his major writing place for at least 2 or 3 weeks, over 2 or 3
It was
years.
3 weeks, yes.
Yes.
It was lovely. Annick was also here.
Yes, yes, she definitely was. And we went for long walks along the Rhine.
Sitting in that room, so memorizing all this, you know. I will call you sometime in the next days if
Yes.
it is fine for you.
Fine, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for this wonderful memories we could.
Thank you for
Thank you.
being here. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
And we will talk. Yeah.
Mr. Dickinson, Nigel. Can unmute yourself. There you
Hello,
go.
Wendy. So nice to see you.
Very
Can you hear
nice
me?
to see you, Nigel. Yes.
I don't know whether to talk about photography or food.
I know. It's true. Are you in Paris? Where are you?
I'm in UK at the moment, Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
I'm at my house. She died last year, unfortunately. So
Oh, sorry.
it's one of those things a few months ago. So I'm getting used to it and keeping her garden going and feeding the birds and getting to know.
Oh, that's nice.
Very nice.
That's a way to continue. Yeah, a nice way to continue. Yeah.
Things change, move forward, and you know, I remember it in my heart, as I'm sure you, of course, will be remembering Fred in your heart, and you'll have lots of dreams about him. I mean, I think it's one of the things is you have a dream and people come to you in the way you perceive them or the way they were, or I don't know. I had lots of dreams. That's something fantastic. I always look forward to dreams.
Yeah, that's good. I haven't been dreaming a lot in the last 5 weeks, actually. But maybe that's because my mind is so full of things, you know, on the everyday basis. But at least I have 2 things. You know, there are lots of interesting objects in our house that come from various parts of the world where we worked. And a number of the projects that I'm working on involve Fred and his work. So it's like reconnecting with his life. So that is very helpful. It really, and then I'm a WASP. So what one of the few good things about WASPs is that they're stolid and stoic. So, but all the, what you're saying is probably true. When I start to dream again.
Yeah.
I think it takes a long time to have that space before you actually dream and people come in and visit you again. Because it took me my mother, she didn't visit me, and my father and my brother, who died many decades ago, they do come and visit me much more. And it's only now that my mum is coming in. So maybe
maybe it takes that time. And he's still, you know, very physically present in you know, in my life. I mean, I'm not a romantic in that sense, but but there are lots of ways to connect with him.
Yeah.
It's very good to see you again.
Lovely to see you. I think one of the things, you know, not only about Houston, because Houston's Houston, I've been there a couple of times, is bumping into you in different parts of the globe.
I know. It's very nice. I was thinking of Charleroi, Paris, London. Yeah.
That's right. Paulo. We met in Sao Paulo once, if you remember as well.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. We did at IATA's, at the IATA event. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
You're a hard person to miss, Nigel, when we
yeah.
encounter you
Well, and then
on the travels.
probably Houston was the last stop, 2016, when we
I-
showed your work.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was great. I enjoyed it so much. And what I loved also, as a, I'd come there as a visiting photographer for my first time, and I'd gone through. I was very happy and so beautifully.
In Germany, you can receive them. Otherwise, can you receive them or they're too heavy?
Nigel, I think somebody's cutting in, so we can't understand or hear you I mean, we can hear you, but it's hard to understand your words because you're breaking.
Yeah.
Are you?
So, thank you, by the way, for your earlier email message.
That's
very
thank
much.
you. For that,
So
I remember the marvelous discussions we had with Fred about Sarawak and the jungle and all the things.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. And some of them at Marty's house also.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Good. Well, good luck in Gloucestershire. Maybe we will see you. I mean, I will see you in Paris or.
I'll keep an eye out for you.
Okay. Likewise.
Thank you, Nigel.
Good luck.
Take care. It's lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Fraser King.
Oh, hi, Fraser.
Hi, Wendy. Thanks, Stephen. I just wanted to reinforce two of the points that have been a thread throughout the day from a personal point of view, but I also wanted to say that during the day, something has happened that is a blessing, I think, for me and for all of us. It's been difficult for me to sort of accept the fact that Fred is no longer here. And as I've been watching today, I've realized that in some ways he continues to live through you and continues to have a presence that is just lovely. So I just want to make that point and to say that Fred has been such a giving and helpful person for as long as I've known him, in terms of helping with my portfolios and helping with the book, and along with you being an inspiration for proceeding and completing the book. I would second everything that Chris Rauschenberg has said in terms of the happiness of Fotofest, but also Fred is an inspiration in thinking about the way that I want to live. And so I just wanted to reinforce those two things and make those points, and to say that he's greatly missed.
Thank you, Fraser. That's lovely.
Yes.
Well, you've been very helpful for us during the pandemic. Good food that you have brought by in a wonderfully serendipitous and surprise manner. It's been very, very nice working with you. And I see Fred's book in the yellow jacket in the back there.
Yes, about halfway through it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Fraser. Yeah, one of the last times I was at Fred and Wendy's house before Fred passed, you had just surreptitiously dropped off some dinner for them, which
Yes,
was very
it was
sweet.
very nice.
And I saw you. Mark Sink, please.
A quick hello, Wendy. And,
Hi, Mark. How are you?
It's we're snowed in here, so.
Is it still, have you had new snow in Denver?
Yeah, we got a big chunk of snow, and my internet's coming in and out, so I missed the first part that I want to review about an hour into it. But
yeah, When you can get on YouTube or eventually
like
Fotofest
many
website.
of us, we started as photographers on that side of the table, and then we flipped to this side of the table.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm proud to say I put you and Fred up in our little apartment on the second floor, and
Yeah.
you on the couch in there. And,
Yes.
we went up to see the Amnesty International and that photo archive. And
yes, yeah.
But you spawned, and at that time, our month of photography in Denver is a direct sistership with what you two came in person to inspire me to keep going this lift.
No, I'm very glad to hear that.
And I didn't see any mention, you know, what Fraser talked about, this community we have, and it's just massive. And that is what has been the reoccurring with when we started the Festival of Light, and the Festival of Light networking all the community of festivals together at that level. That has just been an incredible, and at every step of my life, all dots connect to you and most of us that are on this board, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for saying that. And I know that Stephen, as you probably know, is very active in the Festival of Light, and it's our hope that it will continue to expand and do more useful things. You know, it's difficult getting so many different festivals that people have struggled to build.
Well, in the
on the same page.
Many didn't have email.
Yeah. Well, that's true. When we began, that was absolutely
We've come a long way, baby.
One of the earliest things Fred told me that that he had done that he was so proud of was getting all the festivals together at a Festival of Light meeting and teaching them how to do email. So
yeah. Well,
yeah, and the only ones that knew how to do email was a Bulgarian and a Greek. Jean-Luc Monterosso did not know, and he didn't care about internet at that point at the Mode La Photo in Paris. And it was the case of most of the bigger festivals still surviving.
And Fred inspired and had me look into, well, Epson gave us the cameras.
Oh, yeah.
The first
yeah, I remember
that was a phone call. I tell the story all the time that he said, well, how much will it cost us? And I thought, we just wanted your logo, you know, and he said, that came back on, we could do about 25,000. It was incredible, the reach of that program. Fred also, the walk a mile of photography. After being inspired in Russia on the subway, said, how can we make a mile of photography to walk? And that's what's inspired my wheat pasting public images around
that's
interesting. Around the world is all
just a mile
started from Fred again, the big picture that we're in 36 countries putting a mile of photography down. So it's Fred, here you go again, you know, all the dots are leading to you. So it's just.
Well, we have
terrific.
To keep it up. We have to keep it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Beverly Buckingham from London. Hello.
Thank you.
You'll need
Beverly.
to unmute.
I unmuted now.
There you go. Yes.
Oh, good.
Well, I'm so glad you're
Wendy,
here.
Dear Wendy, what a most outstanding evening it's been. I feel it's going to go on forever.
I know it may. No, Brett did a wonderful.
It's been a real honor, and I just wanted to say the memories that everyone has shared tonight will just go on, and I think this should be an annual event.
You're not. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's something like that.
you know, the joy it's giving people to recount stories as well as obviously that the emotions. But Wendy, to see you laugh at some of them has just been tremendous as well. And I just wanted very quickly to say, could you share one last little memory for tonight about how you met Fred, your version of it, because he's told me his story many times and I want to hear yours.
So I had just come back from Africa. I had just left television. And I was with a program that was the predecessor for PBS that the Ford Foundation runs. So then I went on this 3-month assignment to West Africa. And I came back and I was planning to go almost immediately to Europe. But this Italian Duchess gave a cocktail party that sounded very interesting. And I came and I happened to be wearing a fairly high Pucci dress. And I must have looked pretty good because there was this tall, rather distinguished looking guy. We somehow just made it, not a beeline for each other, but we almost immediately sat down on a couch there. I don't think either of us talked to anybody else. And he'd been doing some National Geographic work and the kind of work that I thought, oh, this is very interesting. I was beginning my photo career and out of television and so forth. So we had a picnic in Central Park the next day. It was, classic wine, the French baguette and cheese and salami, hard salami, I guess it was. And we were telling stories to each other for nearly 3 hours.
Wow.
And that was it. And we had a very torrid summer together in New York. We would share assignments that each of us had from actually Jamaica and Newport and various things. And then I said, well, this was great, Fred, but I'm going to Europe. And I'm going to live in Vienna and do some reporting out of Eastern and Central Europe. And then he wrote, and I had a boy, I can't call Peter a boyfriend, but I was living with a very interesting Hungarian in Vienna. But Fred sent a letter every goddamn week. And it was very difficult hiding those letters.
You never looked back. You never looked back.
No. When he's persistent, he's persistent. And
I can imagine.
And he had little cartoons in the letters. And we had talked about rediscovering our own country and getting out and photographing, in the places where people don't photograph. And anyway, he lured me back.
Brilliant, Wendy. Well, what a lovely note. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm so glad you're here.
And I should be seeing you.
That was a great question to ask, Beverly. Thank you. That was wonderful. Yes.
So, take care.
Sometimes you need to tell me the story that Fred told you. I've heard him tell.
Okay, maybe one day. Anyway,
I think I've heard that story. I've heard a version.
Thank you for tonight. Thank you so much for tonight.
Oh, thank you so much for being here and reconnecting with Brett, and wonderful. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
We have one more hand. It's Masha Goldman from Masha, are you in Krasnodar?
Hi, Masha.
You need to unmute.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in Krasnodar, and I just want to say a really quick hello because I know that it's midnight here in Russia, and all the words that I heard tonight were rhyming so much with my feeling that I would just repeat them. The passion, all the things that so generously Fred was given to all of us, and he was teaching us so much. I just want to say that on his birthday, he gathered all of us together, and it's amazing. And on this day, the only thing I would like to add is to congratulate all the photographic world and all the world with the birth of Fred some 90 something years ago. It's such a privilege to have known him and to keep the company tonight, just to share the impressions, the emotions, the memories. Thank you to all the speakers for sharing through cries or laughter. It was, I just could hear Fred laughing and saying in his manner, oh my God. It was like, he was here and he is here.
Yeah.
And thank you all of you for sharing this evening. It was amazing, just tremendous. I want to hug you, Wendy, so much, but
we'll do it. We will do it someday. You know, we've had such good experience with Krasnodar, and I'm so glad that Fotovisa persists online, and I really admire the work that you have done with Krasnodar.
Got so much from Fred, and many young festivals I know got so much from Fred and you, from your generosity. It's amazing. Thank you. I'm just
thank you. Thank you. I think it's everybody's generosity. I think photography is a lucky field in that way. I think it still remembers when people didn't take it seriously. So people are often very warm and accepting of each other. It's quite different than the other aspects of visual arts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but keep going. Congratulations on Fotovisa, really. And it's very nice to see you, even at this distance.
Thank you.
So, well, we will maintain contact, of course. And yeah.
Thank you, Masha.
Thank you for being here.
Chris, you've raised your other hand, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly to say that yes, I think photography is very generous. I think the camera teaches you empathy. I mean, it's what do you say about empathy? It's looking at the world through somebody else's eyes. That's photography. But I think part of the reason that it's so generous is the example that you and Fred set, and I think it has a big effect. I know. I mean, you just got a nice note from Tina Shellhorn, who's a good example of that too. You know, you're going to sleep on her sofa too. You know, I mean,
I know.
And I think you guys really created a community that is very loving and supporting of each other, and that hopefully will last when we're all gone. That's going to continue on.
That's right. That's what's important.
That is the dream and the vision.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and Chris, you've helped that very much, actually.
Well, I remember one of the first Fotofests I came to, 2 different photographers used the first part of their 20 minutes to say, you see that photographer over there? They're really good.
Yeah,
I know. Can you imagine ballerinas saying, you see that woman in the tutu? She's really good. They're not going to do it, but the photographers will do it every time.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Well, thank you. Those are really good comments. Your earlier ones and this one. So,
Olive.
Hey, Olive. How are you?
I'm so glad to see you, and I'm so delighted to hear.
Hey, I think I'll shut it off.
Mostly, I just wanted to say I'm just a girl from Houston, girl from the neighborhood, but I am so grateful to both you and Fred for the generous way you've shared the world with us. Those who are kind of small hometown people, I got out as far as Egypt, Texas, and I never got very far away from home. Except for that, I had this fabulous trip with Fred and Wendy in the late 90s. We went to Mexico, to Veracruz together, and traveled in a car and saw some wonderful sights and just heard incredible stories about their travels. Fred was the only person in my life who has ever thought more highly of my dogs than I do.
Fred
would call up and he'd say, "How is Bear? I want to talk to Bear." He was great that way. He was the most specific kind of friend. You know, he just remembered little things that made that connection.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. He often did, especially regarding dogs.
And goldfish.
And happy birthday. When you and I have a birthday very close to one another, do something about it.
Yeah.
We'll have a little gathering. Thank you for everything.
And he was very jealous of our your and my story that we did in Belize.
Oh, that was.
Yes, it was.
I would have that without you. It's terrific.
Yeah, it was good. Well, a call. We'll talk, and we've said that, and then you're in one direction, I'm in the other, but now we will.
Big hugs.
Thank you. Also, un abrazo fuerte.
Well, Wendy, we don't have anyone else raising their hand, but we have a lot of comments that we'll print out to share with you and the team. And what a wonderful way to spend the day, I think.
Yeah,
Fred's birthday.
It was really wonderful to connect with all those people that really helped shape photography from the 80s to the early 2000s. I mean,
quite an auspicious gathering.
Wonderful. Yeah, it was. Anne is raising her hand.
Oh, can you unmute, Anne? You need to unmute. We can't hear you.
Oh, Lori, so many people have.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We have a conversation to have because I'm working on an essay on a discovery that I recently made, that when all the museums began to hire photo curators in the 70s, the vast majority of them were photographers because there were no art history courses teaching the history of photography, and there were no PhD programs. The first photography PhDs came in the early 80s.
Very interesting.
I have been talking to people, and it's Sarkovsky and Van and Nathan and myself and you guys and
Steichen.
Yeah. I mean, you, Chris, and Blue Sky. I mean, it's really this long list, and it started as just a paragraph in a essay that I just published on Nathan in Spain. By the way, I was delighted to hear 3 different mentions today of Nathan's oracle. That was really nice.
Very nice.
But anyway, it's something I need to, when I get a few other things off my desk, I need to go back to, because I think the question of what photographs were bought from museums in the 70s by people who were photographers, and was there a shift in the photographs bought by the PhDs?
Right. All right. Well, that's interesting. That would be very interesting. But I also think maybe, I don't know, where the article is going to go, but I think it's interesting to look at what was happening, say, in the late 70s for the next nearly 10 or 20 years of the creation of all these organizations, channels of communication, etc., outside the museum world.
That's very valuable.
It's very important in terms of what happened to photography.
Well, I mean, you don't have an organization anymore, but you had so many organizations like HCP,
right?
Boston, Minneapolis, Portland,
and
you had so many
South in
photo organizations.
Yeah.
And the records for that organization, that all of those nonprofits, exist somewhere. I've forgotten it's in an archive, but anyway, it's something I'd like to get back to.
Yeah.
Because all the curators who have PhDs approach photography differently.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah.
And part of it is not the breadth, because they're supposed to be focused. Everything they, all their classes and everything are about being focused. And today, I mean, I just sent you a list of words that were used today. But generosity was there
Yeah.
over and over again.
Over again. Yes, I noticed that.
So anyway, well, you've had a long day. I don't want to go,
but we should talk about this, Stephen and you and I. And I think it really, what people like Mark Seeley did, what Andreas did, what anyway, Vercheval did, and so forth and so on.
Right.
Change the direction and extent of understanding, appreciation, and practice in photography.
Right. Right.
I know why.
Anyway, get some rest, my dear.
Yes, you too. It sounds like. But we will.
No.
I think we have time for one more. Miss
maybe Uta.
Uta has her hand up. Can you unmute Uta?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, how are you?
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy, Stephen, Fotofest team. This was just so important. And I just wanted to hug you and tell you that it's so wonderful to see you so vital, and also, it's such a loss, Fred, but life continues for you,
of course,
and for us. And I think this is just, everything comes so together, the memories of Fred, but also the continuity
yes, right.
about his legacy, and about not only his legacy, about him, and being so present in our memories, and all these stories, and also your stories as a reply, and also see Stephen, to be part of this not new, but part of the continuing Fotofest world. It's such important. And I'm so grateful for everything Fotofest has done for me and be for me. And we have been knowing each other for more than 20 years.
I know.
I can remember our first meeting in Birmingham, Rhubarb Festival.
I know. Yes. That was Rhubarb. Rhubarb was actually very important in the main. Rhonda had a good sense about connections of people, and she invited very good people there to review. And the photography was very good coming out of Britain at that point. But then there were also, the Indian photographers that were living in, and the Afro-British photographers. It was very important. So, I mean, I'm hoping sometimes somebody will pick it up and write about it.
I'm sure someone will.
Anyway, and then you going out and buying shoes. you going out and buying shoes. It was very.
Don't tell everybody now.
You had, I can't remember who went out with you, but it was so marvelous, and you came back with these wonderful creations.
Another funny memory. Someone made a little video, I think, but I never saw it.
And dancing at 1 and 2 a.m. in the bottom of the hotel. Remember? Selena and you and I and Alison Nordstrom too.
Yes. Yeah, and Selena, and she introduced me to you and Fred and also Rhonda. And for me, it really also changed my life, and my career, and everything which came after that was very, very important for me. And and I don't want to make it too long now. All the memories with you and Fred and the Fotofest world, it's how do you say it? It's so it has so much value,
Yeah,
it's just
it
incredible.
does. It's actually,
Thank you.
it's very nice to reconnect to them. So thank you. I know we should figure out a way to do something like this again. I mean, not around somebody's death, but this is a marvelous instrument, Zoom. There's no question about it. And there's Rickson. Reed.
Yes, Rickson,
Okay.
come on in. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, sweet. Mwah. We'll be in touch, Uda.
Hi, Wendy. Nice
Hi,
to-
Rickson.
I just wanted to replay our little lunch that we had at Elliot Porter's house
I know, isn't that?
right after Thanksgiving. It was
It was wonderful.
retrospect. It's like one of the most beautiful times I've ever had with you and Fred. And I just wanted to thank you and Fred for giving Vicki and I the opportunity to bring Photo Eye to Fotofest over so many decades. I mean, we were there from the
such an
very
important part of Fotofest, really, for many years.
the importance of the photo book that you let us show, over and over and over again. So I wanted to thank you and Fred, wherever he is, for that opportunity. And I also wanted to say what an imagination Fred has. I mean,
it's true.
When I heard that he was going to do this book, I thought, wow, this will be interesting because I think it's going to be a slim volume. And then when I got it, it was like this thick. And and then I read it and it was like, oh my God, what a life lived. And then I get to the part about Fotofest and it's like,
well, because I know, because we were going to do a book about
right, exactly. So volume 2 has to come, and because he had such an imaginative way of telling stories. So just to tell you the story, to tell everybody the story they told us at that lunch. He said he was getting these phone calls from this guy that was kind of nagging him. And so he went on to describe what these phone calls were about. And it was from the New York Times. And it was from the senior writer for the obituaries. And that he was trying to get the obituary right for Fred while he was still alive. And Fred was just playing with that so beautifully.
Yeah, he did.
Responding
to that story very well.
It was so great. It's just like, I
didn't think it would ever happen.
Yeah. So when, just another month later, or less.
It wasn't even a month. Well, I don't know when you heard about it, but it's 2 weeks later. And, I had been planning to write you what a delightful visit it was. And then, of course, everything I got off track.
What a beautiful man he was. I mean, he was so handsome. His voice was so smooth. He was just a lovely person with such intelligence. So thank you for being partners together, because you both are just the best partners in the world.
Oh, I don't know. Beside you and Vicky, let's say we could, maybe the four of us and whoever else. But thank you. Yeah, that's a really lovely thing to say. It was a lovely meeting.
Yeah.
It was very good. And is Vicky there?
Vicky is here.
I am.
I could hear her.
I
Yes,
heard
there she is.
you.
I'm hanging on the side of the frame the whole day.
What a beautiful memorial.
Yeah,
It
amazing.
was. It was really very moving, actually. And nobody said no when we decided to do and start with the kind of older people and who were very important in early days of Fotofest and thinking about it and so forth.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, and you two are really a part of that large scene with Photo Eye of taking photography into new dimensions and new worlds, because there weren't that many publishing companies or outlets for photography when you started Photo Eye.
Yeah, it's 42 years.
Yeah.
42 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
And we're a country that quickly forgets history, so we should think about preserving some of this.
I think you're doing a great job with that.
Yeah, actually, this whole recording, this whole event, is actually tells a lot about photography history. In fact,
that's right.
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
thank you.
Wow.
Well, thank you both.
Thank you, Rix and Vicky.
For comments and being
Good
here.
to see you both.
And Vicky, you look great.
Thanks.
I mean, it is hard to look great on Zoom. That is true. Oh, wonderful. Thanks again.
That's all the hands, Wendy, for now.
Okay, well, it's been a wonderful afternoon or half a day, whichever.
Yeah.
And Fotofest, thank Brandon and Max. They've really done a wonderful, smooth job of, and
terrific work
as well. Very, very nice. Are you in the Silver Studios gallery?
I am actually in my office, but that's one of my backgrounds is the gallery. But this is cosmologies, so.
Oh, right. Oh, of course.
It's not up right now, but on Zoom it's up. So.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's very exciting. Well,
I think thanks again to everyone that's participated and spoken and watched, and you know, generosity came up, and I think that your generosity also was a huge part of the success today.
Yeah,
Wendy, just it's been a pleasure to organize this with you.
Well, I will say the same. I couldn't have done it without Fotofest, frankly. And I think that, what was I just about to say? This is my age coming in the middle of things. But we are going to post it. Well, it's available on YouTube, right? I don't know how much it is.
We need to edit it a little bit, and then it'll be put up on the Fotofest YouTube page, which you can find on YouTube if you search Fotofest. And it will also be linked through the Fotofest website.
So we'll send out an announcement about
and we'll also include a link to it in our newsletters and announcements.
Yeah. So Fotofest is very much alive and well. That's the important thing too.
And we want to welcome you all back in September 24th. Fotofest 2022 will open. So we hope you can join us.
Yeah. So thank
those
you.
that can't, we'll see you.
Karine,
see you around the world.
You again, and everyone, and Chris, thank you, and Rickson and Anne, of course. Anne was on the very first board of directors of Fotofest. This is incredible.
And she's still on the board.
So I don't know how to use chat, but
helpful.
When I get it, but it was nice that Tina Shellhorn from
we'll print all of those out for you.
Yes.
We'll print all those out. So thanks,
Essa.
everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day or
all of
night,
you.
wherever you are
Bye.
in the world.
Thank
Big
you.
love, everyone. Bye. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Bye.